Hampshire have played 9-1-2, whereas Nottinghamshire have played 9-1-4. They are just 1 point behind leaders Surrey, whereas Hampshire are 17 points above the bottom two currently. The news of the toss is that Hampshire won it, and they will bowl first. Your commentary team today, a little later you'll hear from Amelia Clark, she's back here from BBC Radio Solent. Nikki Chowdhury is back here once more, and you'll have to put up with myself, Kevin James, initially, and we'll certainly have to put up with our very good friend from BBC Nottingham. It's Dave Bracegirdle. Dave, how are you?
Good morning, Kevin. Good morning, everybody. Getting the digs in nice and early he is. Nice to be back here. Notts didn't come here last year. The lopsided nature of Division 1 means sometimes you don't go to all the grounds, sometimes you don't host the teams, and Notts were last here in 2023. The last few visits they've been licking their wounds and heading home after 3 days or so. Let's see if Notts can, at least with the help maybe of the Kookaburra Ball, put up a bit of a stronger fight. Of course, Nottinghamshire won when the sides met at Trembridge earlier in the season. They'll be looking to do something this week that they've not done since 1935. That might get an airing a little later on in the match. They've not done the double over Hampshire in 90 years, so that's the task ahead of them. Just trying to get confirmation of the Nottinghamshire team, because what is being reported on the ground and on all the various websites, a little different to what the head coach told me. If you'd have looked on the various sites, they are showing Farhan Ahmed playing and Dylan Pennington not. I'm told it's the other way round by the head coach, unless there's perhaps been just a niggle in the last 20 minutes or so that I'm not aware about. So Asiba Mead, the skipper, Ben Slater, Freddie McCann, who got a splendid 100 against Hampshire at Nottingham, Joe Clark, Jack Haynes. Nice to have Kyle Verreynne back. The South African has missed 3 matches away on international duty. Firstly, the World Test Championship, and then 2 matches with Zimbabwe. Lyndon James, who got a second innings 5 for against Hampshire in Nottingham. Patterson White, who also got a ton against Hampshire. Brett Hutton, more on him in a second. I'm told it's Dylan Pennington and Mohammed Abbas returning to his old ground. As I say, a lot of the scorecard we're looking at, the various websites have Farhan Ahmed playing. Farhan himself told me he's never played here and won't be playing today, so we'll just check on that one. And Brett Hutton, who I just mentioned, will play days 1 and 2. Not a great fan of this, in the sense that somebody has to leave a game. Do like it that they do try and get players away from England if they've not been involved, and getting them involved. But we have what is known as an ECB official replacement for this match. Brett Hutton will play days 1 and 2, and then Josh Tong will play on days 3 and 4. If you're a Hampshire fan, you won't like it. It's happened against Notts many times. I'm sure it's happened for and against Hampshire many times, but that's where we are. Brett Hutton will play days 1 and 2. Short week for him, short week for Josh, who will, I'm sure, stick around with England just in case anything happens today to Jofra Archer or one of the other quicks, and then he'll be on his way here. So that's where we are. Notts batting first.
Well, fortunately, me and Dave are here for 4 days anyway, so nobody changing us. Not yet, anyway. Might be a late ruling on that one, depending on how our performances go on days 1 and 2.
Yeah, day 3 sub.
Now, Hampshire have made 4 changes from the side that drew here against Worcestershire in their last game in the Championship. Out go Ali Orr, who's suffered concussion in a second 11 T20 game. Don Kelly, the young all-rounder. Liam Dawson, of course. Let me guess. We might be playing in a test match. That starts tomorrow. And Scott Curry. They've all made way for Joe Weatherly, who's back in the Hampshire starting lineup. Eddie Jack. And also Felix Organ. I've missed one out there somewhere. I'll come back to that one anyway. I can tell you the batting order. Joe Weatherly will open with Fletcher Middleton. Nick Gubbins. Tilak Varma is back from India. Then comes Tom Prest, then Ben Brown, the captain and wicket keeper, and then it will be Felix Organ, James Fuller, Kyle Abbott, Eddie Jack and Sonny Baker. That's the other one I was thinking of because I wrote down the wrong name. So that is your Hampshire starting 11. You've got the Nottinghamshire starting 10. Just a little bit of a discrepancy on the 11th one, but that will become clearer shortly, I'm sure. It is a little bit overcast, depending on which weather app you look at. 1 or 2 are suggesting some showers, 1 or 2 are suggesting we might get away with it, but we'll have to wait and see. And the pitch is cut well to our left, which I think for the first time this season, Hampshire are playing the closest they've ever been to the tunnel. So, and he looks a little greener out there as well. Remember, this is a Kookaburra Ball, match 3 of 4. The Kookaburra rounds finish next week, and then we can get back to some normal cricket. So we'll wait and see how this one pans out. It's going to be Kyle Abbott from the pavilion end. And it is a little chillier, which is not something we've experienced too much of over the last few weeks, couple of months or so. There's going to be 4 slips. It's Joe Weatherly. Weatherly is playing his first championship game for just over 2 years. The last one was Somerset at Taunton back in July 2023. Good to see him back, but unfortunately poor Ali Orr suffering that concussion in a second 11 T20 game recently. Otherwise he would have retaken his place. Kyle Abbott will get things underway, as I say. Just to repeat, Hampshire won the toss, have elected to bowl first. I'm told there's a little bit more grass on this wicket than perhaps there has been of recent few games. I think that's more to do with the fact with the Kookaburra Ball being just hard work. Let's be honest, I think everybody knows that. And just try and inject a bit of life and a bit of pace into a 4-day game. Hasib Hamid, the Nottinghamshire captain, will get things underway for Nottinghamshire. He's opening with Ben Slater, the usual opening partnership for Nottinghamshire. 4 slips: Weatherly, Varma, Prest and Fuller. Here's Abbott, runs towards us, bowls. Always a bit of bounce there. Left alone by Hamid outside of the off stump. So 7th against 2nd, as I mentioned. Will there be relegation this year? Lots of chat. Has probably seen 1 or 2 articles that's been written recently that there's got to be a vote within a short period of time, maybe a week or maybe less than that, or maybe a little bit more, where they decide the format for domestic cricket in 2026. And we might invite your opinions on that one, because 1 or 2 things have come to the fore. Forward is Hamid, looks well forward to me. Big shout though, nevertheless. But he did get a good stride in there, Hamid. Now, we're on the live picture feed. We might get a replay of that shortly. We're also on the BBC Sport website and app. We're also on most smart speakers. Just say, ask BBC Sounds to play Hampshire versus Nottinghamshire. I'm not sure we are going to get a replay there. And we're also around the ground, in-ground commentary, so plenty of ways you can watch and listen to us today. Taking very much an off-stump guard here, Hamid. There's Abbott bowls. Oh, that bounces a little bit, hits high on the bat there. Good start here from Abbott, a little bit of encouragement in this green-looking pitch, which is, as I say, cut well to the left. It's probably, if you take away the practice wicket, which the bowlers sort of use pre-match, we're just about 2 wickets in from the left. That's how far over we are. Dave Bracegirdle is back.
I'm here.
Thank you, Dave. I was getting a bit worried about you. Sneaked off there for a little while as Abbott comes in and bowls again. Hamid, I think, has played inside the line there, but there's a bit happening out there first over.
Yeah, I was obviously doing my updates, and I was almost square of the wicket, so I didn't have a view on that. Looked to be lunging forward Hasib Hamid, as is his wont, but I'm sure you'll have had a chance to just have a little look at the monitor.
We're still waiting.
Okay.
Yeah. The editor is still finishing his coffee.
But your
off.
Initial thoughts? Decent shout, but might have been going over.
Yeah, might have done a bit too much, but it's a bit difficult because, of course, this wicket is a bit to our left. As Abbott's in, right arm over and bowls to Hamid, who's forward. Quickly in from wide mid-off is Nick Gubbins. No run.
2nd and 3rd top scorers in Division 1, this pair. Ben Slater and Hasib Hamid. And as an opening pairing, this is the 98th time they've gone out together for Notts. It's the most for a Notts opening partnership since Reed and Broad. Robinson and Broad.
Abbott's in again then, bowls. And Hamid gets another one which just looks as though it nips back a fraction, but again he's well forward, good stride. It's a maiden over to start with, but plenty of encouragement there for Kyle Abbott with this new Kookaburra ball.
Yeah, decent start. Gathered from the Notts camp that they weren't overly concerned about which way it would have gone, but they would probably have bowled just for the fact that obviously they've got Josh Tong coming into the side on days 3 and 4. They'd hoped to have maybe got Hampshire out over the first day and then a fresh Josh Tong coming in for the Hampshire second innings, but I don't think they were overly concerned about how it would go. There's Ben Slater on strike, the left-hander, having a really fine, productive season for Notts. He's been churning out the 50s with great regularity and finally got his maiden 100 of the season in the last match. He's had 8 50s and 1 century, 835 runs for the season. He's just 13 behind Hamid, who's at the other end, averaging almost 56.
I met his dad a couple of weeks ago.
Ben Slater's dad?
Yeah, at Chesterfield.
Okay.
Because he's at Chesterfield.
Yeah, he is. He is, yeah.
I had a chat with him.
Still plays club cricket for Chesterfield during the blast, of course, when he's not required. So here's Sonny Baker round the wicket, straight away down the leg side and taken by the keeper. And you're telling me it's not Sonny Baker, it's Eddie Jack. Sonny Baker, of course, played at Trent Bridge, and wasn't his brother's stag party or
yes.
some such?
Yes.
There was a very animated group in the Fox Road stand on one of the days, giving Sonny Baker and one of the other Hampshire players, was it Kyle Abbott? They were singing his name as well.
I think they were, yes, that's
the
right.
day.
Yeah, good memory.
So Eddie Jack, who I've not seen before, is steered to backward point, and there's no run. So a lively looking action from Eddie Jack, young man making his way in the game.
Yeah, it's only his 4th championship game. Eddie Jack, you'll hear a bit more about this guy over the next few years. He's been a regular in England under 19s for what feels like years. I couldn't believe he was still playing up until about the winter.
Comes in again, strikes Slater on the calf. It just trickled away behind the stumps on the leg side, and they go through for a leg bye. So we're up and running with the first extra of the innings. The first run on the board is it's been given to Slater on the board. Now it's been taken off Slater. He went to 1 and it was taken off him. Just went a little quick there with the gun. Gave it to the left-hander. Now we swap over for the right-handed Asiba Mead. 2 centuries this season, including a double 100. Carried his bat on 2 occasions this season. Hamid, he's on 848 runs in Division 1 at an average of 70. That's pretty good going by anybody's standards. 3 slips and a gully. Comes Jack Bowles, and he's away, the Nottinghamshire skipper. Nudging this away on the leg side. We'll get a couple of runs. He called tails. It came down ahead, and Ben Brown, the Hampshire skipper, said we'll have a bowl. Nice to see all the ceremony out there conducted with a man with a microphone and a camera, so everybody in the ground knew what was going off. Sometimes it's a little bit like Chinese whispers, isn't it? Who won the toss?
Was up here.
Notts have 3. Jack in again, wide enough to be left alone. Even though we were all out there and were privy to what was going on and the exchange of team sheets and everything, it does seem as if there's been a miscommunication somewhere along the lines, but I think if you're still seeing, as I am, all these Team 11s showing Farhan Ahmed, either one of 2 things has happened. Either that will be changed to Dylan Pennington, or Pennington, since the toss, has maybe aggravated something and they've asked to replace him. I'm sure would have been told if that was the case. This is angled down into the gully by Asiba Mead, and that ends a decent enough over from Eddie Jack. His first 2 runs from the bat and the leg by. Notts a 3 without loss, and we're under underway on the first morning here. Not second in the table, they're just a point behind Surrey, who are up at Scarborough this week. And after this, of course, there's just 4 games left. 2 this week with the Kookaburra Bowl, and then the 3 in September back with the Dukes.
First email of the morning, Ralph Brooker, Hampshire Cricket at bbc.co.uk. Dave has his Twitter feed, or X feed, to give you in a moment. He says, hi everybody, got confused about the schedule. I thought Liam Dawson wouldn't miss a championship game. Well, if you'd said that a couple of weeks ago, you probably would have been right. But of course, he's selected for the game up at not Trembridge, it's Old Trafford, isn't it? Yeah. Tomorrow against India. Wrong, he says, good luck to Liam. As Abbott switches to round the wicket for the left-handed Slater and comes in. Slater pushes forward to a good length ball, but we'll miss him. Was hoping to see Farhan Ahmed. Well, I think your wish is being granted. I think we think she is in the starting 11, as Dave has been explaining. I think we'll struggle, says Ralph, but come on, you Hampshire Hogs.
No, I was told he isn't playing.
Oh, he isn't playing.
No, I'm expecting that to be changed from Ahmed to Pennington.
Right. There we go. So 3 without loss. Into the 3rd over of the morning. Abbott bowls, Slater leaves that alone. By the way, just to conclude that conversation with his dad, he said he was coming down for this game. So I guess he's on the ground somewhere.
Who's that?
Ben Slater's dad?
Yeah, very often.
Does he go down to a lot of games?
Up. I've seen, yeah, very often. I've seen Lyndon's parents, Lyndon James' parents, they're here.
Okay. So if you hear somebody cheering very loudly when Ben Slater hits a boundary, you'll know who that is. Apart from Dave Bracegirdle. In comes Abbott. Yet to concede a run. Slater just nudges that one up to mid-on.
Playing 4 of the 5 Division 1 games, but start delayed at Taunton between Somerset and Durham. Leaders Surrey are in the field at Scarborough, Yorkshire 11 without loss. In Division 2, we've not often said, Kev, over the years, have we? A match between the top 2, Derbyshire and Leicestershire. Leicestershire, the visitors, 0-2. Explosive first few minutes there. Leicestershire 0-2. Patel and Bodinger out.
Forward is Slater to another good length ball. Looking forward to seeing Leicestershire up in Division 1 next year. Assuming, of course, Hampshire stay up. It's been a while.
Assuming we have a Division 1.
Assuming we have a Division 1, Dave, yes. Which leads me nicely. What a good man you are. Because we were talking about this before the start, and many of you will have noticed various articles written over the last week or so about the makeup of domestic cricket for 2026. As Abbott comes in once more, bowls, and Slater almost plays it onto his stumps. Ball just bounces close to the off stump as it trickles away behind the stumps. That there is one of the proposals being put forward. The current 10-team top division becomes 12, with the 2 top teams from Division 2 coming up. No relegation. And the top 12 then gets split into 2 conferences of 6. And there is a second division of 6. And the T20 goes down to 12 games. And there are 3 groups as Abbott comes in. Dave is already chuntering away as on the onside. And that's another maiden, second maiden for Abbott this morning. Nottinghamshire 3 without loss. I already know Dave's views.
Well, on the live stream now, those of you that are following on the live stream and listening to Kev, it should be there should be one of those ticker tapes going along the bottom, shouldn't there? This is only a proposal, just in case
Correct.
People have just switched on and heard Kev saying, "Well, we're going to have a Division 1 of we're not having it." There's lots of proposals going on.
There are.
Some people think there should be less cricket.
That's
Crikey.
Right.
Some people perhaps think there should be less Formula 1 races and less horse races, less pictures on at your cinema.
Yes.
How about that? The local flea pit should be showing less films. How about that one? There's Eddie Jack. Umpires are Ben Debenham and David Milnes, and there's a nick behind. And the first wicket of the morning is the not skipper Asib Hamid. It was one he could comfortably have left alone. Steepling bounce from Eddie Jack, the lively right-arm medium fast bowler. Bowling from the hotel end, outside the off stump. Plenty of bounce there, and Hamid playing the uppercut sort of shot, trying to get it away anywhere over point, over a deep gully, lifting it up away to the boundary. Only nicked it through to Ben Brown, and there's an early wicket for the home side. A Seabermead caught Brown, bowled Jack for 2.
Well, there's a bit of life in this wicket this morning with the new Kookaburra ball, which is good to see. Those that have been getting used to watching the last 2 rounds with the Kookaburra will have noted that there isn't too much, even with a new ball, but this morning it does feel a little different.
Yeah, generally, first, dozen, 15, maybe even 20 overs is a bit in it for the seamers, but after then it's a little bit of a trudge normally. Verreynne Ahmed out there, Kev.
Yes.
Just bringing out gloves and a drink for Ben Slater. I think that reinforces what I was told.
Yeah.
That he is the 12th man.
He needs a drink after 15 minutes
well,
of day 1.
I think he brought a change of gloves, so that's equally unlikely, isn't it? We did have a hat trick at Trent Bridge in the Blast the other day. Young Verreynne Ahmed. Great moment for the 17-year-old, youngest in the Blast in this country to take a hat trick, and worldwide in competitive cricket is the 2nd youngest. And I looked up, was it Sierra Leone or somewhere? I think it's not something I'm sure will have caught your attention over the weekend. They said he was the 2nd youngest in senior T20 cricket to take a hat trick, but the one who did it, I think he played for Sierra Leone against Botswana or somebody. Not to take anything away from that young man's credits, but great moment. Here's Freddie McCann, got a ton at Trent Bridge against Hampshire. Really stylish knock as well. Struggled a little bit since then. That's his only 100 this year. Could really do with putting on a partnership here with Ben Slater. Still just 20. McCann on strike, and the first ball thuds into his thigh pad. 14 first-class matches for Freddie McCann, approaching 800 runs at 36.5. 300s already in those 14 matches, including that 138 when the sides met back in June in Nottingham. It was May, wasn't it? End of May. 3 for 1. Ben Brown opting to have first use of the ball. Delighted to have got rid of a Mead. Down the leg side, tickled away by McCann, and he's up and running. Little leg sidey from Eddie Jack, only with plenty of pace, Kev, but not quite getting the direction right there, just tickled away.
Yeah, not at the moment. Yeah, 2 left-handers in can sometimes just take a little while to readjust as a bowler.
Plenty of bowling options for Hampshire. James Fuller, Sonny Baker will complete a pretty quick right-arm fast quartet. Jack in again, bowls. This is eased into the offside. There's no run, but no Liam Dawson, crucially. I think both sides have differing views on that. I'm sure Knox will be delighted that Dawson isn't playing, because he's more than a capable middle order bat. He's a very, very good player indeed, and of course he's one of the very best spinners in the county game, hence his overdue recall for England. Jack in to McCann, wide enough to be left alone. Goes through to Brown. It remains 7 for 1.
Yeah, you can understand why Hampshire have won the toss, elected to bowl first here. There's definitely a little bit in this pitch, a little bit of pace, there's a little bit of bounce. And they've left, I know when I was chatting a couple of days ago to one of the players, and I think the feeling was they were just leaving a fraction more grass on, just a little bit longer.
Last ball of the over. Began with a wicket. This one's hit back crisply by McCann, nicely fielded by Eddie Jack, who completes his 2nd over. Figures of 2 overs, 1 for 6. Notts are 7 for 1 after 4.
Stephen Clark's on the emails. He's not the first one this morning. He'll be very disappointed with that. He prides himself on being the first emailer. Hampshire Cricket at bbc.co.uk. The Shane Warne Grumpies, that's up in the stand there where they all congregate. They're in their usual place. He says, eagerly awaiting the return of the red ball stuff, albeit the dreaded Kookaburra. A little surprised in that we thought that with his recent form, Toby Abbott would have been one of the first on the team sheet. Have you heard any rumours of injury? Not for him. Keith Barker, I'm told, is injured at the moment. Aliora mentioned got hit on the head and not available today for concussion, but I haven't heard anything about Toby Abbott as Abbott's in. Bounce, left alone outside the off stump by Slater. We're in for a treat at lunchtime, says Stephen. The various walking cricket hubs will be presenting a short demonstration of the genre. I will be out there in my blue t-shirt playing for the Gosport Googlies. There are also teams from New Milton, Eastleigh and Fleet. I'm hoping that my fielding will be better than it was on Friday in the catching competition. That's right, here last week against the Blaze, Hampshire women. They do that sort of tennis ball catching thing, and nobody caught a ball, apparently. And Steve was one of them. So that's left alone by Slater, a little closer to the off stump. So there's a little treat in store coming up at lunchtime on the ground. Also an email here from Sue Craft, Hampshire Cricket at bbc.co.uk. Could you mention my husband Mike Craft on his birthday today? Our treat is coming to see Hampshire, hopefully, bowl out Notts. The hopefully in brackets.
Hey.
Well, I knew that would annoy you, Dave. In fact, I should try and emphasise that once more. As that's cut away to backward a point, it's going for 4 runs, despite a dive of Fletcher Middleton, and that is a boundary for Slater. He's off the mark, 11 for 1. We're sitting in the Colin Ingleby Mackenzie stand, says Sue. That's just to the left of the pavilion as we look. Listening to you both, adding to our enjoyment. Well, that's very nice. So happy birthday to Mike today. Well, I think I've already seen more action in this 20 minutes than I saw for about 3 days against Worcestershire in the championship here, although I was accused of being a bit biased. That's a bit bounced outside the off stump because Worcestershire were so far on top of that game, but and that was true. It was just that apart from Adam Hose's double 100, the rest of the game was flat as a pancake, as they say. So 11 for 1 in the 5th over. 4 changes for Hampshire. Have we established that Ahmed is playing, or not playing, sorry, and it's Dylan Pennington? We have established that, haven't we? For Worcestershire.
I was told at the toss.
You were. But Dave, was somebody having a bit of fun with you? There's that option. Here's Abbott, bowls, and again that's left alone.
Well, again, as I mentioned at the fall of the wicket, Farhan came out with drinking gloves for Ben Slater. I don't think you'd have your...
no, I've done that before.
Your spin bowler sent out when there's a squad of 13.
If the 12th man was indisposed in whatever way, one of the team would go out and do that. Who knows? I find it intriguing.
We'll have 50 pence that I'm right, and that all the other cards showing that Farhan's playing are wrong.
Is that quite satisfying, knowing that everybody's wrong and you're right?
Yeah.
It's a Slater again. It's outside the off stump, but it's left alone end of the over.
It's annoying, actually.
Yeah, you'd think that there's not many jobs that some of these websites have to do. But it's a good job you're here, Dave, because if it was just me, I would be so confused. But Dave's here. He's on the ball.
2 umpires chatting. Who knows what that's about? Had a little bit of a laugh with David Milnes the other night. Notts versus Lancashire in the Blast was a live televised game covered by our satellite friends. David Milnes was the 3rd umpire, and all he had to do all night was adjudicate on a stumping that was about 9 yards out and a run out that was even further out. And I saw him after. He always has a laugh and a joke, known him for years, as Jack comes in and bowls. LBW shout here. Sounded might have been a little bit of bat, but whatever. It's not been given. It was nice and full and straight. long way away to make an observation that it sounded more woody than pad, but that was the inclination I got. If not, it was out. I think it was very full. I just thought it was bad. Would have looked good from behind the wicket. So yeah, David Mills was at my expense, having one or two little cracks as he left the ground on Friday night. Another one into the pads, this one drifting down the leg side. Told him, tough night for you, mate. And you had to press your button twice, didn't you? And he was still on it out in the middle of the toss. Nice fella. Had 2 spells with Notts either side of a stint with Leicestershire. Ben Debenham at the other end. I'm sure he's played a lot of cricket in his life, but didn't play any first-class cricket. Debenham at our end. Oh, that's a pretty high, quick delivery from Eddie Jack. Don't think it was intentional, and I don't necessarily think he was overly long in apologising. Didn't see him stick the hand up and say sorry, mate, as McCann blocks it. Just wonder if they've played a little bit together in the age groups. Suspect they probably would have done. Freddie McCann just 20.
Yeah, they would have done.
Jack a year younger. 11 for 1. Comes in again and bowls, and again it's leg-sidey. Turned away on the leg side, and there's no run.
I would say there's a very good chance. He's played England under-19s, Freddie McCann, last year. Eddie was playing up and tall last year. So yeah, they would have done.
Next ball on its way. Again turned to leg. Just as somebody who should know what the team is, and they've just looked on the BBC scorecard and said, yeah, it's got Verreynne on the BBC. I know he's got Verreynne on the BBC scorecard. It's how he's got there and why he's there that's amusing me. That's 11 for 1, put into bat. I think every ball bar the one that brought the LBW shout was a little leg-sidey there, but tidy stuff from Jack. He's through 3 overs now. 1 maiden, 1 for 6. Got the wicket of the Notts skipper, Asiba Mead. Got Notts welcoming back Kyle Verreynne for this game. The World Test Champion. He hit the winning runs in the World Test Championship, so eager to have a chat with him about that. And of course he will have been there in the dressing room recently, Kev. I'm sure you'll have seen when Verreynne Mulder, will he beat Lara's record? Won't he beat Lara's record? 367 not out, and as the South African skipper he then declared. I'm interested to get the dressing room perspective when I get the chance to catch up with Kyle Verreynne about that. But he's back, and of course Notts other overseas is Mohammed Abbas, no stranger to this ground.
Abbott's round the wicket again. That's a good leave from Slater. Abbott just straightening the ball a fraction, as he often does, to the left-handers. Ralph Brooker's back on the email, hampshirecricket@bbc.co.uk. He says, good luck to Stephen Clarke at lunchtime. He says, I was born in Gosport and used to follow the borough at Privet Park and play cricket on the fields next to the stadium. On Toby Albert, Stephen makes a good point. I'd go further. He plays across all formats, and England should be looking at Toby Albert, says Ralph Brooker. Well, of course, Toby got a wild-card pick last week for the 100. And Slater plays that into the ground to backward a point where Fletcher Middleton fields. And he'll be playing for Southern Brave next month. So score is 11 for 1. It's been stuck on 11 for a little while here. But there's a bit in this pitch initially for the Hampshire bowlers. Hence why they won the toss. Paul Williams has been on the emails. Come to that in a moment, as Abbott comes in and bowls. Forward is Slater, going to take a quick single, left a hurry, and it's thrown at the bowler's end by Gubbins, sliding into that in the covers. 12 for 1. Hampshire Cricket at bbc.co.uk. It says, if a player is released by England to be available to play in a county match, does the player he will replace have to be named at the start of the game? Well, that's you were saying about that, wasn't it, Dave? Yeah. So basically, as Dave explained earlier, that Brett Hutton is playing for the first 2 days, and Josh Tong will replace him. Oh, I've got a directive here from Mick Bicknell. As in comes Abbott and bowls. Forward is McCann, finds the gap in the covers. Chase for Gubbins, picks it up. Single. McCann moves on to 5, and it's 13 for 1. Mick Bicknell, Hampshire Cricket at bbc.co.uk, says, please can you find out why Toby Albert is not playing? Right, okay, I'll try and do that for you. I did find out why Keith Barker's not in the squad, having spent a year out, and was getting himself fit, ready, because he was back available to play at the start of this month, about the 4th, and here we are on the 22nd. I thought he's nailed on, Keith Barker, but apparently he's picked up an injury whilst trying to get himself fit. As that's played late by Slater, goes to backward a point. Fletcher Middleton there once more.
I do like it better when correspondents say, why isn't Toby Albert playing? I would have picked Toby Albert instead of. Because if you're bringing somebody into the side, you know, who then do you feel shouldn't be there?
That's right. There you are, Mick. That's Dave Bracegirdle there. Next time you email, come back with a further suggestion.
We can't get them all in, can you?
13 for 1. But I didn't ask that question, I must admit. In comes Abbott again, edged, and has he put it down, Farmer? Oh, he has. Second slip, he was juggling with it. I thought he might just have stuck in the hands, but it's somehow been spilled. Just watching this again on the live picture feed. Round the wicket, Abbott. Edged. And Varma, it's in, it's out, it's in, it's hit the knee. Oh, it's gone down. End of the over, 13 for 1.
Do you know what, at Trent Bridge, when the sides met, Hampshire had a bad case of dropsy. I think they put about 5 down on that first day. Knott's got away, having potentially been in a little bit of difficulty, and put a good score on the board, went on to win the match, but there was certainly a number of chances went begging early on, and that's a real life early on here for Ben Slater.
Dave Bracegirdle is staying on, and Amelia Clark will be in alongside him.
So Slater spilled on 5 by Varma off Kyle Abbott. Here's Eddie Jack, past umpire Debenham. Bowls now to Freddie McCann, drops it on the leg side. And we welcome Amelia onto the mic. Hey ho!
How are you this morning?
I'm very well, thank you. Well, I say that.
Yeah.
I say that. I should be in A&E this morning.
Oh, no,
I've had a traumatic start to the day. It would have it would have laid low somebody made of less solid mental fibre. I've lost a tooth this morning.
No.
I've not been careless and just misplaced it. I lost a tooth at breakfast as Jack comes in and bowls nice and full and guided away by McCann. Just jabbed down on it with an open face. This will run to third and they'll get back for a couple. 15 for 1. Yeah, at the back. Back of my mouth. Chewing on my bacon and my egg this morning. Oh, that's a bit crunchy and yeah, lost a tooth.
Goodness me.
So, dramatic start to the day.
Is indeed.
Always happens when you're 220 miles away from home.
Yes. Yeah, not quite near your nearest dentist.
It's clean, it's gone.
Goodness me.
Jack in, bowls and pushed into the cover region, and there's no run. So attacking field, as you'd expect, with 3 slips, but no good having all those slips if they can't catch. A genuine edge off Slater in the last over, and down it went.
Well, you're saying you had a dramatic morning. It's been a dramatic morning here so far. We've only been playing 30 minutes, and there's been, well, 1 wicket, and 1 should have been wicket, really. As you say, drop, catch and slips. Dramatic start for both teams, really, today.
Jack generating decent pace, hits the deck hard, and this is cut away by McCann. That's quite a big boundary away to our right, but the ball will just about beat the pursuing fielder. Finds the ropes, and Freddie McCann in good touch early on. He's on 11, 19 for 1.
Yeah, it's always a little bit of a sign when just over to our right, the big hovercraft, there's 5 groundsmen sat eagerly on it or around it, and they actually did a bit of fielding there for the chasing fielder, and you just think, yeah, there are some thunderstorm warnings around today, and yeah, the groundsmen are very much staying near that hover just in case.
Nice and comfy, many of them. Next ball on its way. Oh, and McCann on the drive. Ball didn't go anywhere at all, just stops by his foot. He asks for permission to pick the ball up and sends it round the ring. I like the description of it as a hovercraft rather than a hover cover. Do you know what a hovercraft is?
Yes, I know what a hovercraft. The only working hovercraft in the whole UK is near here.
You'd do well to get to the Isle of Wight on one of those, I think.
Sorry, it's the hover cover. I like it as a hovercraft. It does the same thing.
I went on one. It must have been, crikey, it must have been in the 80s. Long ago as that. 19 for 1. Nice looking straight drive by McCann, fielded by the bowler. We're through 8 overs in the opening half an hour or so here at the Utilita Bowl, and Nottinghamshire put into bat by Ben Brown, 19 for 1, as Seba Mead was caught by Brown behind the wicket, going harder to delivery from Eddie Jack. It was outside the off stump, could have left it, but it was just too tempting. There was just too much of a wriggly worm on the end of that hook, and Mead chased after it and got an edge through to the keeper. That was when the score was on 3 in the 4th over. It's now 19 for 1 after 8.
Yeah, a little bit of a worrying sign. There's a lot of cloud around, but the floodlights are just coming on at 20 to 12. And
so we're partially looking through frosted glass,
we are,
aren't
yes.
we? And it always makes it look a little darker, but certainly the floodlights coming on gives a bit more evidence that it is gloomy out there.
So Carla Abbott in again from the pavilion end. And this is just, we tried to work that round the corner. Didn't quite get enough on it, and it's just dribbled out the square of the wicket. McCain on strike. That's 20 for 1 now for Notts. We've got 4 slips in place. Kyle Abbott trudging back to the top of his very long mark. Up at the pavilion end. Quite a few spectators up at the top there, in and watching under the white pavilion. Kyle Abbott turns and comes in. He's coming around the wicket to McCain. And this is very nicely, it's just pushed away to 4th slip.
It's iconic, isn't it? That
yes.
That top at the far end of the
absolutely
Brownsgrove Pavilion there. I think there's the mound stand at Lord's, the only other one that sort of resembles that canopy feel.
Absolutely. We're talking about the hovers. I do believe the only working remaining hovercraft in the UK is the one from Portsmouth to the Isle of Wight, which isn't far away from here. It's only about 20 minutes. Abbott in again. Bowls, good length. Again, just pushed square of the wicket. No run.
Yeah, bumpy old ride that, from what I can remember.
It's fun though.
Yeah.
You get to where you go nice and quick. It's always loud when you're sat on the beach. If you're sat on the beach in Southsea, you can know when it's coming in or out, because it just deafens the whole place. It sort of takes over, that iconic noise. Abbott in again, round the wicket. McCain still on strike. Good length. Getting in and behind, defended well.
Now started at Taunton. All the other games started on time. They're underway at Taunton. Visitors Durham. They're batting 8 without loss after 2 overs. Sussex at home to Essex. Sussex 28 for 1. Battle between the Bears and the Pears, always tightly fought. Visitors to Edgbaston this week. Worcestershire, they're batting 29 without loss. Yorkshire 25 without loss against Surrey. Give you Division 2 in a moment. Just wondering if there might be a spit or a spot or two of rain about.
Yeah, Abbott in, and that's well left. Yes, I think we had that same thought just at the same time there, Dave. It's definitely started raining. the wind has picked up just a little bit. I would say it's sort of a light. It's that kind of rain, I think, that isn't very heavy but gets you soaked.
Yeah, I don't think it'll take them off.
Not quite yet,
It needs
no.
to get a little heavier. Division 2, Leicestershire were 0 for 2. They're now 30 for 2 in that top of the table match at Derby. Kent, the visitors to Glamorgan, they're 37 for 1. Lancashire 28 for 1 against Gloucestershire. And Middlesex 20 without loss against Northants, but they've gone off for Verreynne at Lords.
Abbott once more in, and this is well left again by McCain. Brings up the end of the over, just one off it. Had 9.
Sabre Lords, I beg your pardon. The Middlesex game's taking place at Merchant Taylor's School. Sorry, Amelia, end of the over.
Not a problem at all. No, it does seem to be getting just a little heavier. The umpires are having a quick chat, and it looks as though, yeah, we are going off. The hover cover is being moved, and that's the sound you can hear in the background there. And yes, we will take a short break and hopefully be back in not too long once the rain stops.
7 overs left in the day's play, and tea is going to be at 4:30. I'm Kevin James, Nikki Chowdhury. We've also got Amelia Clark with us, and also Dave Bracegirdle, who we tried to extend his break for him. He said he hasn't been off long enough.
Finally excited to get some action underway. Opening things up from the hotel end. And it looks of it is Eddie Jack with shirt number 91 printed on his back. Out there in the middle for Nottinghamshire, Ben Slater and Freddie McCann. With Ben Slater on strike, McCann with 11 to his name, Slater with 6. Eddie Jack at the top of his mark, ready to go with 3 slips and a leg slip in place. In he runs now to Slater. And this one's outside the off stump, it's left alone.
Good carry.
Good carry.
Hey, look at that carry. I think that nicked back a fraction as well.
Nice little tinge of green on the wicket as well.
There is, most certainly. So floodlights are on. And look at that, Nikki. The ground staff are hovering. They're around the hover cover.
They're hovering by the hover cover.
They are, yeah.
The ground staff always seem to know where the weather is. They know where the rain's coming from. Here runs Jack away from us, and this one's back of a length and defended. It squirts to point, no run. Eddie Jack, I saw him play for England Lions earlier this season against India A. They played 2 fixtures against the touring side.
Did you go to either of those?
I commentated on the first one at Canterbury.
Okay.
So, yeah, that one resulted in a draw. And then the second one was up at Northampton, and I wasn't there. I had flown off to India by that time. There's in runs Jack once again, and this one's wrapped him on the pads. There's a appeal, but it's not convincing enough. Just looks like it's sliding down the leg side here.
I think we might get a replay here. We're on the live picture feed via the Hampshire Cricket website. That's going back to Trent Bridge as well. Here we go. See this again, and it might just be sliding down, but there is a bit of shape. Bit of shape on that coming into the left-hander.
Slater with an open stance takes his guard. Again, back of the length is pushed into the offside. They'll have to run through quickly here for a single, and they make it through comfortably. First run on the board since the rain interval. Nottinghamshire move on to 21 for 1.
So that game at Canterbury, did Eddie Jack bowl quite well in that?
He did, actually. My gosh, you're really testing my memory. That was end of May. End of May, early June. Yeah, it was a good game. Actually, all in all, from both sides. Jack in again. This one just pushed to mid-on. Full face of the bat by McCann. He's on 11.
Yeah, this is Eddie Jack's only 4th first-class match. So he played those 2 were first class, weren't they? I think he played those 2. Then he played at Essex.
Yeah, he picked up 2 wickets actually.
Okay.
Yeah. 20 overs, 2 for 75.
It's not bad on a flat one down at Canterbury.
No,
I presume it was flat.
It was very flat. Jack in now, a bit of width, and this one's slashed through the offside, and this will run all the way down towards the boundary. 4 runs, and that will conclude the over as well. 5 runs from it, Nottinghamshire 25 for 1.
So just to repeat, we have lost 30 overs in the day, 57 overs when they restarted, so 56 overs left in the day's play. So I think we're going to be here till fairly late. Tea has been put back to 4:30. It's almost worth reminding everybody the team news, because we only had 9 overs this morning before the players scuttled off in that rain. Hampshire have made 4 changes from the side that drew with Worcestershire here. No Alior, he's got a concussion after being hit on the head, I think from a ball thrown in the outfield when he was playing for the second eliminator T20. No Don Kelly, no Liam Dawson, who's playing in the test match tomorrow, no Scott Gurry. who's playing for an England Select 11, I think, today, or a County Select 11 against the Pakistan Shaheens, who I learnt earlier are the Pakistan under-19s. No, Pakistan A team, sorry. Abbott's around the wicket. He's playing a miss in there, is Slater, pushing forward.
Good thing you said that, because I was wondering, I saw the fixture on the BBC Sport homepage, and I was like, who are the Pakistan Shaheens? I'm trying to figure it out. Maybe it's the A squad, maybe it's the under-19s.
Yeah.
So it's their under-19 team.
Sorry, it's the A team. I got
it's
the
the
wrong.
A team, okay.
Pakistan A team, yeah. So, Scott Curry is playing there, and into the side are Joe Weatherly, who's playing his first championship game for 2 years. Eddie Jack, who we just seen bowl, Sonny Baker and Felix Organ are the 4 changes, and the 1 change in the Nottinghamshire side from the side that drew with Somerset in Taunton. As Abbott gets Slater pushing forward back up the pitch, is that no Ishan Kishan, and into the side is Kyle Verreynne, the South African wicket-keeper batter. So that's the 2 sides.
Been watching much of the Test match series?
He's what, sorry?
Have you been watching much of the Test series?
Only the highlights.
Only the highlights.
Yeah. Have you watched? Well, you were at Lord's, weren't you?
I was at Lord's.
Yeah.
Yeah, that was a cracker. What a game.
So how long were you there for? As Abbott comes in, left alone outside the off-start?
I went days 1, so Thursday, Friday, didn't go the Saturday, then went... No, sorry, there we go. Went the Thursday, Friday, Saturday, then went the Monday.
Right, so you missed day 3.
Yeah.
Okay. The last day must have been awesome.
It was brilliant. But it was one of those days you were thinking, actually, if I go, this game could get wrapped up within an hour and a half before lunch, and I don't think anyone at that ground expected to be there into the final session. But it was so good. The atmosphere was crazy.
Was it?
It was brilliant.
Abbott's round the wicket from the pavilion end and bowls. I think Slater's playing inside the line there, with the crowd loving the antics between the 2 teams.
Yeah, absolutely.
Were they?
Yeah. And you could literally hear chants round the ground. So I was sat in the pavilion bit, and like just from either sides of the ground, both stands were like having a competition with each other. It was great.
Okay. So the latest chapter is tomorrow.
Yeah.
Old Trafford.
I really wish India win that one, because I want this decider to be at the Oval.
Do you?
Yeah, I think the Oval has to be the decider.
Are you going to that?
Yeah.
I thought you would be. Abbott's around the wicket again, a steered to mid-wicket, and there's no run.
I'm going for day 3 of the Old Trafford one.
Oh, you are going up there
Yeah.
for that one, okay.
So, actually, it's work-related, so it's not all pleasure.
Okay.
But, yeah, I can't complain. There's worse places to go to work, right?
I think that'll be all right. By day 3, gosh, yeah, you'll know where that game is heading. Or I don't know, with England you never know, do you? So day 3 at Old Trafford, and how many days at the Oval?
4 days out of the 5.
4. What a life you lead. Here comes Abbott bowls, and a bit of bounce. But a good leave there from Slater. That's another maiden for Kyle Abbott. 3 maidens from the 6 overs that he's bowled, which have been stretched over quite a few hours now. And he has none for 7. And Nottinghamshire, having been put into bat at 10:30 this morning, a 25 for 1. 11 overs have been completed only.
Yeah, I was at Edgbaston for the first 2 days.
Okay, was that work?
That was work. So
All
I'm
right.
doing some work with the Para Army, which is the Barmy Army equivalent of the Indian side.
Oh, right, okay.
So doing some work on social media with them. So I get the opportunity to go along to a lot of the games, and yeah, sat in the Hollies stand, and you have the Barmy Army on one side, the Para Army on the other, and I've never sat in the Hollies stand either, so it was quite the atmosphere.
Right.
It was very entertaining.
Was it?
Yeah, we got the drums out, the saxophone was playing.
A few people dressed up?
Absolutely. Here's Eddie Jack from the hotel end. And this is back of a length, which is pushed back down the line of the ground by McCann. Jack feels off his own bowling.
So you're actually working in the Holly stand while all that was going on?
Yeah.
Oh, right.
Yeah. He was great.
Well,
I got to play the drums as well.
did you?
Yeah, I had the big gold drum around my neck, and I got to give it a beat.
Can you play them?
I'd like to think I can. I have no sense of rhythm, but... Oh, it was great. Jack into McCann off the back foot now, defends. Goes the short extra, no run, and the Seagulls are here.
Ooh,
They're looking for their lunch.
bit late.
No leftovers for them.
Yeah, we're only about a mile from the Solent, so not too far away from the coast. Maybe a bit more than a mile, not much more.
3 slips, a leg slip, backward point, extra cover. Wideish mid-on, square leg, and a long leg as in runs Jack. And this one Sean, it's pulled away and that will run away for 4 runs down towards a deep square leg boundary. Just helped along the way. And Nottinghamshire move on to 29 for 1.
It's a good shot, Freddie McCann. Mentioned earlier he got 100 in this fixture between the two sides. He started well here as well. That's a really confident looking shot.
Helps when you've got the short leg side boundary there as well.
True. Oh, and immediately somebody's been put out there. Sonny Baker.
Yeah, it's gone from square leg down onto the boundary. And I'll come through for a couple of runs as extra cover has to chase down towards the mid-off region, and 2 runs have been taken. McCann keeps striking, moves on to 21.
So are you expecting a similar type of atmosphere at Old Trafford? I've never been to a test match at Old Trafford, I guess you have.
Nor have I.
Have you not?
No.
So it'll be your first experience.
Yep, so
Oh, okay.
I think so. It's meant to be pretty chaotic. As this one off the back foot, McCann just blocks it to extra cover. And it's fielded by Nick Gubbins. Yeah, so I've never been up to Old Trafford to watch a test match, and yeah, I've been told it can get quite crazy, so it'll be fun. It makes my life easier working.
Are you looking for that sort of thing when you go work?
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Edgbaston was actually really great because the Barmy Army and the Para Army like collabed on some songs. So there was this mix of Bollywood and like English music. It was brilliant. As this one's defended. Full face of the bat by McCann, ends with a dot. 12 overs gone, Nottinghamshire 31 for 1.
So the Power Army is the Indian equivalent of the
Para
Barmy?
Army.
Was it?
Para, B-H-A-R-A-T.
Oh, Barra. Barra Army.
Yeah, Para
Okay, got
Army.
you.
So that's the equivalent of the Barmy Army, and yeah, they were like collabing on different music. It was brilliant.
Okay. How long have they been going? As long as the Barmy Army?
They've been going actually. I don't think as long as the Barmy Army. I found out today. Bear with me. They actually started at Old Trafford, so it's like going back home apparently. So they started in 1999. The first Para Army like team went out to Old Trafford
Okay.
to support India.
So they travel around the world with the team as well. Okay. 31 for 1 then. We've only had 12 overs today because we've had a long break for a few long showers of rain as Abbott comes in for the inside half of the bat from Slater, and the ball makes its way out to mid-wicket with Felix Organ Fields. So have you joined up on any of their tours? Are you hoping?
Well, they did start talking about this tour to South Africa that happens in Jan 2027 when India are touring South Africa.
All right.
And then the question was posed like, oh, have you ever been out to Australia? I was like, no, but I know there's a tour later this year. But yeah, it depends. There's a few things scheduled for me.
Okay. Well, that'd be good fun.
Let's see if I can fit it in, but it would be pretty cool.
Abbott's in again, runs towards us, and again it's a good leave there from Slater. Very mindful that Abbott's looking to just straighten the ball off the pitch. As a left-hander, that's quite a dangerous delivery. Always good to leave if you can. Into the 13th over. Kevin James, Nicky Chowdhury with you. Lights are on here at the Utilita Bowl. There's probably as many clouds as I think I've seen in the last 2 months overhead. Well, they're all sort of joined together. I wouldn't say they're dotted around, but they're darkish, but not particularly threatening. Oh, it's bowled him. Oh, that's the perfect delivery, and Slater looks down the wicket. He can't quite believe that has got through his defences, and that has hit the top of off. You can't get much better than that. If you're watching the picture feed, look now as Abbott comes in. Watch this, and oh my word, that's gone a long way. Slater has played so far inside that'll give you an example of how much that has straightened he can't believe it. And if I'm honest, I don't think I can, Nikki.
No, I'm quite shocked myself. He looks so confused on how that's got through the gate. But unfortunately, he'll have to head back after scoring 7. Nottinghamshire lose another 31 for 2.
Well, I think the most relieved man on the pitch there is Tilak Varma, who dropped Slater on 5 before the break for rain, the long extended break for rain, and it wasn't a particularly difficult catch, but I think it's fair to say that on about the 5th attempt.
You know what I've noticed though, especially this season, some of the catches that have been taken are the ones that are really difficult. Like the easier catches I've seen put down more often than I've seen the difficult catches.
Yeah, true.
I guess maybe
why
just
would that be, do you think?
I think the difficult ones, either they hit you at such a speed you don't have much time to think about it, so it's purely based on instinct and reaction. But those slightly easier ones where you've got a bit of time to think about it.
It's not a great spot, the slips, if you're not quite up to it. When you play, I presume are you still playing, Nikki, or are you sort of giving up playing now?
I haven't played, no.
No. I don't know if you ever fielded in the slips. I mean, it's not the easiest position, really.
No, especially if you're having one of those slow days, it's not.
Yeah. Kyle Abbott extends his lead at the top of the Division 1 wicket takers. That's now wicket number 39. He's a couple ahead of George Hill. I must admit, I haven't looked at George Hill's figures today, whether he's bowling for Yorkshire, but going into this round of fixtures, Abbott leads now by 2. And the new batter is Joe Clark, 29 years of age. And Abbott seeing he's over the wicket. Into Clark. Clark's forward. He's going to get a quick single out into the covers. And obviously the land goals or the seagulls or whatever they are enjoyed that one. What timely squeaking that was.
Timed it for the end of the over.
Not quite. Oh, they're changing over for the left-hander.
Oh.
Ah, yes, Nikki, you're caught out there. Easily done. I think we've all done
What happens when you take a 5-day break? Can't even tell when an over's done.
Have you had 5 days off?
I have. After having 7.5 weeks on the trot without a day off.
Here's Abbott. Forward is McCann. He's going to take a quick single. Throw from Gubbins. Oh, no, it's to Middleton. Oh, my word, it's going to be 5. It's going to be 5 because there's 4 overthrows and Abbott stands there. Not sure he's quite enjoyed that. With his hands on his hips. Take a quick single here. And McCann, well, I think McCann would have been just about home. But unfortunately, it was a little difficult to back up. So that spoilt Abbott's figures there. He's now 1 for 13, and it could have been 1 for 8. 37 for 2.
Can't seem to believe it, can he?
No, a bit like you taking some time off. Outrageous. During the summer. Here comes Abbott. Clark tries to flick that away down the leg side, goes through to Ben Brown, end of the over. Nikki Chowdhury is staying on. She's going to be joined by Amelia Clark.
Makes comments about me taking days off and then decides to flee. Kevin James. Nottinghamshire 37 for 2 after 13 overs. McCann on 26, Clark on 1, and joining me in the commentary box, Amelia Clark.
Oh, yeah, God, just before I come on, there's a wicket. It happened all very well. Yeah, every time. I think that happened the last time as well, just as I was coming on. Seems to be a bit foreboding of me.
Yeah, it must be quite a little bit frustrating for Nottinghamshire being put into bat and then you've got those rain delays and then it just mucks around with your concentration as well.
Yeah, absolutely. And it doesn't look that... I mean, we're, again, behind sort of blacked out windows at the top, so it tends to look darker than it actually is, but it's still looking quite cloudy, a little bit ominous.
And now a change in bowling from the hotel end as James Fuller is going to replace Eddie Jack with shirt number 26. Hampshire, very white whites. They're like quite bright white.
Yeah. They've been freshly laundered.
Fuller with 3 slips in place for the left-handed McCann. He's in and off the back foot. McCann defends. Fuller will field off his own. He doesn't, the ball just goes to extra cover. He comes through to pick that one up. Although I did learn the other day, I'm not sure if this is true or not, but you know sometimes when you're watching Test cricket and you see one side has slightly whiter whites than the other side, and you're thinking, hang on, why is this shade of white different? So apparently it's to do with the home and away side.
Oh, okay.
So the home side always wears a whiter shade of white than the away side?
I suppose it makes sense, and you can differentiate them slightly.
And comes Fuller now, but a width over pitch, and this is driven through the offside. It's going to slow down as it runs towards the boundary. They'll be able to come back for a couple of runs here. Just didn't quite come off the middle of the bat there for McCann, just more towards the toe. He moves on to 28.
It'd be interesting, though. I suppose, yeah, well, looking at it here, Hampshire do look like they're in a whiter shade of white than Nottinghamshire. Nottinghamshire seem to be more in kind of a cream.
So I'm not sure if it happens like within county cricket, but that's what I read about international.
Interesting, yeah, that's good to know.
I could have just read something random on the internet because it's full of silly things these days as well.
Absolutely.
Fuller into McCann. Short ball, he's on his toes as he defends this straight to extra cover. And it's fielded by Nick Gubbins.
Well, speaking of international, the England women are against India in their ODI. India they chose to bat first, and they're 159 for 2 after 32 overs. So
What a series it has been, especially like the T20s. They had a 5-match T20 series. India won that one. As in runs Fuller now. And this one's left alone outside the off stump, and a bit of movement. Jack's back in as it beats the stumps. The rain seems to have helped a little bit. Has something in it for the bowlers. Yeah, India won the T20 series 3-2, and now everything to play for in this final ODI. Well, it's definitely posed the question of whether it's England or India as the second best team in the world right now in the women's game. As Fuller is in, and this one off the middle of the bat. And it's defended. It just goes to backward point.
yes, more at stake than just a win of the series, is it then? It's a stake in the world.
Absolutely, and of course we've got the World Cup later this year, and end of September throughout October out in Sri Lanka and India, and England obviously going through this new phase with a new head coach and new captain and trying to get things back on track. Of course, India will be looking to gain that home advantage later on as well. And it's their last series before the World Cup. And it's this one. Ooh, that's a big drive from McCann. It beats the bat. And it will end with a dot ball from the first over of James Fuller. Just 2 runs from it. 14 overs gone. Nottinghamshire 39 for 2. McCann on 28. Clark on 1.
Don't forget, if you do want to get in touch, we have a new email address. Well, fairly new. It's been operating the last few weeks. It's hampshirecricket@bbc.co.uk. That's hampshirecricket@bbc.co.uk. Please do get in touch. Tell us where you're watching from. What are your thoughts so far? Is it raining where you are? But yeah, do let us know where you are and what you're watching. So it looks like we're going to have Kyle Abbott again from the pavilion end. He's going to come over the wicket and bowls, and this is well left again. Some shouts from the slip cordons, just trying to get into the mind of Clark there. He's a Clark commentating on a Clark right now. Spelt differently, but because I'm a Clark, he's a Clark. There you go. It's a bit odd. 4 slips in place. Clark still just on the 1. It's phase 3.
Wouldn't it be ideal if Clark was commentating on a Clark who gets out, caught Clark?
That would be brilliant. Abbott in once more. And this is well defended off the back foot. They're going to run through for 1. And I think the field's going to reset now.
You know what is nice, Amelia, is that the crowd have stayed. No matter how heavy the rain got. Like, it was pretty torrential at one moment after we were having our lunch. I thought we needed Noah's Ark, but
yeah. Well, that is one good thing about the Hampshire both the Hampshire ground and the Hampshire supporters. The Hampshire supporters are very loyal, but the good thing about the Hampshire ground is that you can, I mean, you saw it today, you can very much tell where the weather comes from. It only comes from one direction, sort of over the shame-worn stand. So that's Kyle out in again, and it's just left alone.
I'm trying to make out if those clouds are dark or not, but then we've actually
No,
got the panels in front of us, which are slightly tinted.
Yes.
So
The floodlights are on, but the clouds are actually quite light, and they sort of lifted a little bit. So I don't think there's going to be any more rain yet. However, that's a commentator's curse, and you watch it start raining in about a minute. Abbott still walking to the top of his mark. Coming around the wicket this time. To McCain, who waits on strike. And again, left alone. Abbott obviously thought that was a close one as he sort of doubled over just at the end of his run through. Nottinghamshire on 40 for 2. We left the delay, well, we left Verreynne, and they won 3 for 1. And yeah, now 40 for 2 since they've come back. Abbott once more from the pavilion end. Receives the ball, turns and starts running in. And this is again very well defended, front foot by McCain. Nicky, have you noticed there's about, what, 2 main strips over? They've left the cover on one of the strips, obviously, to try and dry it out a little bit. I was watching them do it after the rain. I think Kevin James calls it like the banana sheets or something, the green tarpaulin.
I can see it. I didn't know what it was called though.
What do you call it, Kev? The green strip that they leave on the 2 over.
The matting.
The matting.
I thought.
Yeah, they've left it there. Abbott in once more. Oh, and this is very nicely clipped away. And they'll go through for 1. It's almost a half. It could have been a catch there if it just moved slightly to the right, but that's the end of the over. 41 for 2.
You know what I mean? I think you're wrong with commentators' curse. You've mentioned it, and the sun's made an appearance.
Yay!
Yeah, that matting is not something that if you're fielding at square leg is what you want to dive on. It's not very nice.
I can imagine. It looks rough and quite painful. And also there's a few tiny little sort of rucks in it. So if the ball catches on that, might slow it down, could kick it up in the air.
Yeah, it's not nice. Make sure you cover your elbows. And on that note, the ground staff who are hovering by the hoverboard.
Well, I think they're coming down to meet the Hampshire team, who are just making their way round.
Here's Fuller into the left-handed McCann, and this one's just blocked off on the back foot to backward point. No run. 41 for 2 here, Nottinghamshire. As the sun makes an appearance for the very first time this afternoon down at the Utilita Bowl. Just glad I finally got some time on air. Just twiddling my thumbs for the last 3 hours. McCann tapped his bat as he's forward and lets this one go through. Outside the off stump. He's got 3 slips in place now. He's got rid of that leg slip, which we saw earlier. Ben Brown with the gloves. And of course Hampshire missing Liam Dawson as he's been called up into that England side for the 4th test match against India, which takes place tomorrow at Old Trafford. Fuller in, and this is a Fuller delivery, and this is driven straight down the ground. That's timed beautifully by McCann, and it's going to be 4 runs. Straight down the ground. And Nottinghamshire move on to 45 for 2.
Well, in the England ODIs, Hampshire's Lauren Bell has just got the 3rd wicket, so India are now on 163 for 3 after 34 overs. 50 still, let's see. No rain delay there, so they're going to play a total of 50.
Fuller makes his way. As this one is defended off the back foot by McCann. Ball goes to backward point. Good recovery from the previous delivery. An interesting one here though, Amelia. So Liam Dawson's been called back into this test squad. So he's he's on line to play his first test in 8 years.
Wow.
After being named in the side at Old Trafford. It's a little bit similar to India's Karun Nair, who was called back into the test squad after 6 years. As Fuller makes his way in now. And oh, that is a full toss, and that is not going to be missed out by McCann as he drives through the offside. Ball flies along the ground, down towards the covers, and that will be 4 runs. Did not miss out there. Low full toss there from James Fuller. And McCann moves on to 37, Nottinghamshire 49 for 2. Extra cover. Let's come a little wider now, not as straight. As Fuller makes his way. And again, this is driven, and this just beats fielder at point, who dives.
Fletcher Middleton.
Yeah, Fletcher Middleton seems he's got a hand on it. This ball slows down, but they'll be able to come back for a couple. So he saved a couple of runs.
I think he may have also slightly given himself a bit of a bruise on the hip there, because he's limping a bit as he comes in.
And they managed to get 3 off that final. 116 overs gone, Nottinghamshire 52 for 2.
And we're going to have a change in the commentary. Looks like Dave is going to come and join me in the commentary box again. So Nottinghamshire are on 52 for 2. Hiya, Dave.
Hey ho! Crikey, what was that? Three and a half hours I've been starved of the strike.
Has the break been long enough?
Kyle Abbott, I think he was bowling last time I was on, comes in and bowls to Freddie McCann, who's pushing this into the offside. McCann has got a bit of a gallop on here, still in T20 mode. Moved to 40 from 49, aided by 3 sparkling boundaries since the resumption, and a 5. Always helps to get a 5.
Yeah, I think that one will be ringing in the ears of Kyle Abbott for a little while. He's very disappointed by that one. It was an overthrow by Fletcher Middleton while Abbott was bowling. Yeah.
Turns at the far end, leaves behind a pile of freshly deposited sawdust, and then comes in watery sunshine, bowls one outside the off stump, and it goes through to the keeper. I think last time we were on, we were talking about hovercrafts or something, and then that was rudely interrupted by sort of weather you'd see over the side of a hovercraft. It was drizzly at first, and then got very torrential.
It did. It came on very quickly. Did the rain here? It's always a funny sight here. We've got quite good sunshine, and the floodlights are still on. It's just extra bright.
Sharply staggered slip formation there from the home side. Weatherly and Farmer pressed, Fuller very close to each other as McCann again drives handsomely. This is good stuff from Freddie McCann. Had a lean time of things in the blast. He was in and out the side, battered generally in the middle order, slotting in and out whenever Moses Enriquez couldn't take his place with that sore back. And Freddie has returned to red ball cricket in glorious fashion here. 44 from 51. Played some nice shots, hasn't he?
He has indeed, yeah. He seems to have relished the sun coming out.
There's big Kyle, comes in again, the South African, and run with soft hands to backward point by Freddie McCann. There's no run, not so. 56 for 2. Lost to Seabermead for 2 before the rains, and Ben Slater fell for 7. Nadal that particular day.
Oh,
I've
amazing.
I've entered the ballot every year since, and never been lucky. So there we are. They don't want me. Well, Their loss, isn't it? It's their loss.
Well, I think last year or the year before, I think 3 million people entered the ballot.
Yeah.
And there's all of about 100,000 tickets to give out total.
Kyle Abbott to continue. He's bowled unchanged since the start of play. Bowls to Joe Clark, who pushes this into the offside, and there's no run. Clark this season just 1 century, 2 50s. He's averaging 36 and a half, 474 runs going into this, the 10th match. Scored a century at Durham. He's had a 94 as well. Lots could really do with a contribution from their number 4. Had a reasonably okay blast, 5 50s, but didn't go on, and eases this through the offside. That's a nice shot from Joe Clark. He'll feel a lot better in himself, as they say, for driving that one from Abbott through the offside. And away for 4 runs. Got a modest record on this ground. Joe Clark, he's played here 4 times before for Worcestershire and for Notts. Top score of only 47, and indeed against Hampshire, this is his 12th match, top score of only 70. So he's one of the sides that haven't yet felt the full pain of Joe Clark at his best. Joined Notts start of the 2019 campaign from Worcestershire. He advances out of his crease and plays it with soft hands down to Fuller at 4th slip. And there's no run. 29 years of age now, Joe Clark. This is his 145th first-class match, closing in on 9,000 first-class runs.
Wow, what a record.
2500s as well. 12 for Worcestershire, 12 for Notts, and 1 for England 8. Right-hander, of course, taps his bat a couple of times and awaits the arrival of the big burly South African, and then for the second time in the over, Clark strokes him through the offside, and he'll come back for 3. Assume you're sporting family, Clark. Amelia Clark.
Nick and I were just saying that. Yes, he's got an extra E.
He's got an E, has he? End of the over 6. Oh, it's not the end of the over. I'm doing what we get lured into so often. They're swapping over for the left-handed McCann. So 7 from this over already. He's got the E, you haven't.
That is correct. Yes.
McCann 45 from 56. Left-hander, 20 years of age, stands with bat held menacingly above his head, brings it down and pushes this out to Sonny Baker in the offside. No run, 68 for 2. Asiba Mead was caught behind by Ben Brown off Eddie Jack for 2. That was when the score was 3 for 1 in the 4th over, and then after 3 hours off the field, Ben Slater bowled by Kyle Abbott for 7. That was 31 for 2 in the 13th.
Yeah, this pair well over their 30 mark already, partnership.
Abbott past David Milnes, and with soft hands he's managed to guide this little bit of a gap where Golly would be. And they take a single, just squeezed it between 4th slip and point for a single. So McCann will keep strike, 8 from the over. Notts a 69 for 2 after 19 overs here on BBC Soul and BBC Radio Nottingham, and on the live stream provided by Hampshire County Cricket Club. Lovely pictures indeed that we're looking at the moment.
And some somewhat sunshine as well for the first time. Well, I say sunshine, it's still quite cloudy, but it's brighter than it was. The floodlights are still on, which does cause some little bit of concern, but...
I was a little surprised earlier at I had a wander around the concourse, how warm it was still.
Yes. Yeah, it never got too cold actually today, which was quite nice. As Fuller comes in from the hotel end around the wicket, and this is driven nicely. Oh, stopped very well at square leg. That would have stopped. Fletcher Middleton stopped a boundary there, no doubt. He's actually, yeah, just receiving a little high five there. That's from Alior. Saying, yeah, well done, mate. That was a good stop. Who was in at third slip? Who? So Fuller once more. In again. In and bowls, and this is driven on the front foot. They're going to go for a quick single, and they decide against it.
The side that's had the most miserable day so far are Durham. Travelled all the way down to Somerset. They've been bowled. It was a slightly delayed start for about 15 minutes this morning, and they've been overturned. They've been bowled out for 145, and indeed Somerset are already 32 without loss in reply. But there was a very quick 5 for this morning for Craig Overton. Twice he was on a hat-trick. He finished with figures of 10 overs, 3 maiden, 6 for 23. So
he's had a good day.
Indeed, yeah.
Fuller once more, and he comes. Bowls short of a length. This is pushed into the offside through the covers, but it won't go to the boundary.
Another side that lost a lot of wickets today are Sussex at home. They're 187 for 9 against Essex, who started this round of matches next to bottom. Worcestershire are bottom. They're 127 for 4 at Edgbaston against the Bears, and Yorkshire at Scarborough 198 for 2. Bean and Lythe put 107 on for the first wicket, followed each other back, and now Will Luxton and James Wharton have added 100 together.
Full in again. This one a much fuller delivery. Goes straight to mid-wicket.
Division 2. Battle between the top two. Leicestershire this morning were 0 for 2. They're now 231 for 3. And a century for Rian Ahmed, who continues just to flourish both as a bowler and a top order batter. Lewis Hill is 81 not out as well.
Fuller stands at the top of his mark and begins his quick run up in past the umpire and bowls. Good full length delivery there. Played out square, deep square comes in and stops the one. Also internationally, obviously England women are playing India in their ODI. India are 197 for 3. They've had 39 out of 50 overs.
I was on no ball watch this morning as well. Middlesex 227 for 1 against Northants. Max Holden 94 not out. 33 extras, of which 32 have come from no balls. There's been a wide as well, so an ill-disciplined performance from the Northants bowlers.
Fuller this time over the wicket. Oh, it's Yorker length, that one. But no run still. 72 for 2. And I'm going to make way for Kevin James.
Thank you very much, Amelia. Amelia Clark without the E. She'll be back in the fullness of time. 72 for 2 knots at the end of that over. Kyle Abbott 10 overs, 1 for 29. James Fuller 4 overs, none for 19. McCann has 49. Joe Clark on 13. McCann's looking good again, Kev. you must be his lucky charm.
Yeah, he loves batting against Hampshire. Carry him around in his pocket.
He must have had counties that were both. That you'd turn up on grounds, I assume, and never got a run there, and others you'd turn up off the back of a 4 for or a 5 for or a 50 or a 100 the last time you played there.
I think I'd have to think about that one hard, though, Dave.
You wouldn't. The record you had, you scored runs and took wickets wherever you went. Got a bowling change. Was it Boney M who had the hit, Sonny? There he is.
It is, yes. Here he is. Comes in from the pavilion end and bowls, and McCann drives. That's a great stop at extra cover by Nick Gubbins, who just threw out a right hand sideways, and it stuck. What a shame it hit the ground first.
Well, it was. It's also denied Freddie McCann his 50s on 49.
Freddie McCann.
If anyone can.
Yes, he looks a good player once more. Out there.
I'd look good players. A good player if people were giving me 5s all the time. That certainly helped him, didn't it?
Certainly did. Baker's in again. He drives on the up. towards deep backward point where Felix Organ fields, and there's his half century. That's come off 65 balls with 7 fours. Another good innings from the 20-year-old.
See, the 5 doesn't count in that, does it?
Not any stats, no, which is a bit bizarre, isn't it? When you consider you take in 4s and 6s and yet the one in between you don't. It is a bit odd. I think because there's never any space on the scoreboards. I think that's what it is. They're not geared up for it. The software isn't there. Nearly 500 runs this season for Freddie McCann, averaging 33 coming into this game. There's Sonny Baker into Clark this time. Clark plays that not quite out of the middle of the bat as the ball makes its way up towards mid-on, but the 2 innings that Freddie McCann has played against Hampshire, that 100 up in Trent Bridge, 138, which, to be fair to him, it was a great knock. But in the context of the game, certainly the first 2 days, no one individual batter should have probably got more than about 30 or 40. Because the wicket was an interesting one, wasn't it, for that first day and a half or 2?
But as we've said, there were a lot of drops, weren't there? I don't know if he was a recipient.
Yeah, I can't remember actually. Just gets wrapped on the thigh pad there. Clark trying to work that away on the leg side. Yeah, there were a few, and we've already had one here today, but it didn't cost too much with Ben Slater bowled by Abbott for 7. Was dropped in the slips on 5 off the same bowler. Before the long rain break, a couple of heavy showers, 9 overs this morning, 40 minutes of play, then we had to wait until 2:45 to get back underway. Still some clouds around, but I think they're going to miss us. The ones that look a bit more threatening. Down the leg side, taken by Brown. I think looking away to our right, which is where the weather comes from. Yeah, there's some clouds, and you think maybe somewhere over the Solent, perhaps it might be raining, but I think we're all right here. And will be for a while.
When you have moisture in the atmosphere, does it make the Kookaburra ball last a little bit longer in terms of doing things for the bowler?
I don't know.
Was it around in your day?
Well, it was abroad. Yeah, I bowled with it quite a bit abroad. But it's quite interesting that day, if you bring up, because I chatted with Carl Abbott the other day. Here's Sonny Baker. That's pushed up toward mid-on. That's the end of his first over, which has cost a single, 73 for 2. I did chat to him about the Kookaburra ball, and obviously lots of people have been talking about it, sort of on the record and off the record and what have you. And he did say that the pitches abroad are more conducive to a Kookaburra ball. They're harder. The conditions are just that much different. Whereas you're playing on slightly softer wickets here, and he thinks the Kookaburra is just not suited to English conditions whatsoever. And I think he's right. I mean, a couple of people have brought it up to me about, I have bowled with Kookaburra ball in, Australia, New Zealand, South Africa. And I didn't really sort of think, oh my God, this ball's useless. Because I reckon, it was something to do. It made me realise actually that, conditions abroad and the hardness of the wickets, as you know, Dave, you played for Italy. You know what conditions can be like abroad. And it is different, and a Kookaburra ball would be more, and is more suited to those situations.
Is James Fuller going to go round the wicket to Freddie McCann, who eases this into the offside, and they decline a single, 73 for 2. I knew he spent time in New Zealand with Wellington. Yeah. So what were your cricketing exploits in Australia and South Africa?
England under 19s in Australia. And South Africa, I just played club cricket in Durban.
Very good.
So, yeah.
That's where the snakes are, isn't it?
Fortunately, I didn't see any, Dave. I saw plenty of flying cockroaches, which weren't much fun.
What's that Snakes in the City programme when it's on? That's based in Durban.
Is it really?
If you've seen it,
wish I didn't see that one.
Full of bowls. And McCann again driving elegantly, although not properly timed. We'll get 2 more into the offside. 75 for 2. Yes. Is that the snake catcher? Can you come? I think I've got a black mamba in the child's bedroom. Good grief! I don't want any of that.
No, I think the nearest I came was I did a week's coaching up in Mpangeni, which was Zululand in those days, and I think it's KwaZulu-Natal now, isn't it? All the whole area. And we were warned that the people we were staying with, that when we went down the garden, stay in the short grass.
Full of bowls down the leg side, just tucked away, and they'll get a single. Freddie McCann will. He moves to 53.76 for 2. To what? Stay out of the short grass.
No, stay in the short grass. And to be honest, all we're talking about is a mower's width. I mean, this garden was ridiculously long down to the swimming pool.
Okay.
And so you're talking about a mower's width through grass that's about 2 or 3 feet high in the rest of the garden. And they said, don't go off the path. So you think, well, actually, how close could I be to one of those things?
And that's snakes.
Yeah, and they said there's snakes in the
warning.
grass. Yeah. That's a bit of fun, isn't it?
76 for 2. What's that shark thing last night? Edged and bounced well before the slip cord, and Verreynne dived to his right, got a paw on it, and they take a single. But he might have saved 3 runs there. I don't know how much pace was on it. We're a long, long way away, but edged down by Joe Clark, and off the fingertips of Verreynne they get a single. Did you see that? That shark thing? Celebrities in the water or something?
I didn't. I'll tell you why, Dave, only because I thought, are they really going to risk celebrities getting eaten alive by sharks? So I'm slightly sceptical, but you've obviously seen it, Dave, so you're better in a better place to tell me what's going on than me.
I don't think the Sharks were acting. As full around the wicket bowls, and this is eased away again by Freddie McCann for another single, 78 for 2. I don't think they've got an equity card, those Sharks. The expert that was teaching them to get into the to get in the water and only got one leg and one arm from an account that he'd had, so that didn't exactly inspire with confidence.
Wow.
Yes, having had my own horrific shark experience down in Australia, I've dedicated my life to encouraging others to go in the water. Oh yeah,
you?
Yeah. No, that's
Oh.
that's what he said with his
Wow.
one leg and one arm. Next ball is turned to mid-wicket by Joe Clark. He'll get another single. Sprawling stop there from number 87, Kyle Abbott. Big man who had a terrific match in Nottingham. He almost single-handedly defied Notts at times. He got all the wickets, got all the runs for Hampshire, and still they finished on the losing side. He was a man on his own up there in Nottingham. 79 for 2 at the end of that over.
That's right, yeah. Pfeiffer in the first innings on 67. Top score in Hampshire's 196 all out, replying to the 3-3 all out. And then it went horribly south from there for Hampshire. Nottinghamshire are convincing winners in that one. Now, Dave, I must ask you, because
Ask away.
recently Italy have qualified for the T20 World Cup. And as a former player, Dave,
Yes.
did you raise a glass?
I did.
Yes.
I did, actually. I did. Yeah, absolutely delighted for them. Of course, Gareth Berg, who played a huge part in their development over the last few years.
Here's Sonny Baker from the pavilion end, bowling to Joe Clark in, and Clark drives, goes up to mid-off.
One year, and I wouldn't know if it was 2 years ago, 4 years ago, 6 years ago, or 8 years ago, I don't know, but one year he joined us on commentary on here, didn't he, Gareth Berg?
I think he did, yeah.
Don't know when it was, and sort of talked about that. I think he was still playing then, but he played a big part. But there's one or two county cricketers that have featured. Wayne Madsen didn't play in these qualifiers, but he's suddenly become Italian. There's Grant Stewart at Kent, Joe Burns, the Australian.
Yeah.
What else am I thinking of? Emilio Gate.
It's played back to Baker by Clark.
So there's a few.
I guess he played the other day, didn't he?
Yeah, there's a few players around the county circuit, and certainly in Joe Burns' case, somebody who's played Test cricket for Australia who sort of been lured across, and I think they did terrifically well to qualify out of a group containing, 2 go through, and to qualify out of a group containing the Netherlands and Scotland, who were the strong favourites all along to go through. Really pleased for them. They'll get a really good hiding. There's no doubt about that. But still, great experience.
Baker in, Clark drives. It's gone up to mid-off once more.
Just imagine those players and the Italian national players in the squad that might just have sort of been sort of dreaming all along that maybe this day will come, and they'll be waiting for the draw to see, are we going to be playing against Australia or England or India or Pakistan or South Africa or whoever it is. I mean, in all probability, they're really going to be up against it. But what an experience for them!
Baker in again, 2 slips and a galley await. So that's just safely nudged away behind square by Joe Clark, who moves on to 16, and Nottinghamshire on to 80 for 2.
And they, talk about longevity, a man in the role. 91 and 92 was the time I was involved with Italy, and the president, and that's a name that encompasses everything. President nowadays is sort of the honorary president, but president then meant he was chief selector, chief bottle washer, groundsman, ordered the kit, did everything. But the same fella, Simone Gambino, is still involved. He's still the president to this day.
Baker in, McCann's forward, goes out into the covers.
And we've been exchanging a few messages since they qualified. Absolutely, chuffed for him, and it's right what he said. I mean, it's absolutely nothing to do with me whatsoever. But I hope you took some pleasure in it. He said, Dave, being there right at the start of our journey, and that literally is what it was. Played for Italy in the 1992 European Cup. I think we played 7 matches, and beat Greece, but got hammered by everybody else.
Baker in again, right arm over, quick bowler, that's played nicely off the front foot, up to mid-off by McCann, end of the over, 80 for 2, and Dave of course is hoping as a former player to be invited to the World Cup.
The reunion
at the World Cup in Sri Lanka. Yeah, he's still hoping his
I could be available.
He could be. Dave, you're off.
Oh, crikey.
You've got a break, yes, I know, it's like that down here.
Enjoy.
Yeah, thank you. Dave Bracegirdle will be back. It's going to be Nikki Chowdhury alongside me for the next 15 minutes. So Stephen Clark has emailed solentcricket@gmail.com. He says, nice to hear the dulcet tones of Mr. Bracegirdle again. I'm surprised he has returned, given that I recall insulting him on his last visit by suggesting an innings defeat for his merry men. It would be good if it happened, but I can't see it this time. Our walking cricket demonstration didn't happen at lunchtime, unfortunately. I wonder why. Maybe it's something to do with the rain. Apparently it's hoped to rearrange it for another day. Good fun though, with lots of banter. Thank you very much. Welcome back, Nikki.
Thank you very much. Good to be back. And by the looks of it, Eddie Jack is also back into the attack from the hotel end.
He certainly is. 6 overs, 1 maiden, 1 for 23. He picked up the first wicket of Haseeb Hameed this morning after 15 minutes of play. Short one outside off stump, which Haseeb Hameed tried to smack away hard off the back foot. It bounced to caught the edge, and he was caught behind. That was just for 2. That was 3 for 1. The only wicket that fell in the 9 overs of play. Here's Jack, right arm over. It's full. It's worked through point, despite the diving efforts of the fielder. And that's Sonny Baker. And that will be, was it 2? I lost count. That's a 50 partnership though, I can tell you. 51 runs off 64 deliveries between Freddie McCann and Joe Clark.
And they've got that pretty quickly as well.
They have 64 deliveries, yeah. It's a short boundary one side, which sort of helps in a way. 82 for 2. We're staying clear of some clouds that go over Telegraph Wood behind the pavilion here. That's turned away down to fine leg. 83 for 2. Nottinghamshire move on to. Nikki and Dave are working again at the weekend. I know you'll be looking forward to that.
Yeah, we are, aren't we? Down at the Oval for the Vitality T20 Blast Tier 1 Women's Final Day. Now that's a mouthful and a half.
By the time you get that, you'll have lost the first over by the time you get all that out.
Good morning and welcome, Florida. Yeah, the Blades taking on the Bears at 12:30, and then the winner of that game plays Surrey at home at the Oval. Glorious.
Sure, it'll be a good day. It's the inaugural sort of finals day, even though there's been finals days in the past with the Charlotte Edwards Cup, and there was a T20 Women's Cup earlier, which I know you did at Taunton. That's played out on the leg side by McCann, and the total moves on to, I think that'll be 84. I think the scoreboard is a little bit behind. So yeah, you've got that to look forward to.
Yeah, it should be a good day, and yeah, I think there's meant to be a decent turnout in terms of crowd as well on the Sunday, so it's always a good atmosphere down at the Oval.
Dave's hoping there's a band there. Atomic Kitten, that's played up towards mid-off and there's no run. Are they still going? Atomic Kitten.
Don't worry, Dave, I'll bring my drums. I'll nick
Yes.
them from the Borough Army while up at Old Trafford and bring them down.
Give Dave some music for the finals day. 84 for 2 here, 19 to Joe Clark, who's facing Eddie Jack. McCann is on 55, continuing his good form against Hampshire this season. As Jack turns, 2 slips on a gully. Runs away from us and bowls. Length ball forward. Hits the bat hard, does Eddie Jack. The ball makes its way up to middle.
Yeah, the Tier 1 final stays on Sunday, then the Tier 2 final stays on the Saturday.
This Saturday coming.
On the 26th.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's at Northampton, I think, actually, off the top of my head.
I think you're right.
I think it is.
Yeah, you're up.
Yeah.
So it's at the county ground. Northampton, Middlesex, Leicestershire, Yorkshire and Glamorgan all involved in that one.
Eddie Jack. Short, pulled away by Clark. Quickly the ball makes its way down to fine leg. Looks like Fletcher Middleton out there in the deep. Token moves on to 85. But 2 at the end of that over.
Yeah, I think both those games are also going to be on the telly.
Oh, both
Yeah.
days?
Both days.
Oh, wow, okay.
I definitely know Sunday is, and I think when I was going through the TV scheduling, it also said Saturday.
I can, on the Sunday, I kind of, obviously because I know Tier 1 better than I know Tier 2, and I know you know probably both tiers, I would say the 3 teams that are contesting at the Oval are probably the 3 best sides.
Mm-hmm.
Is that the case in Tier 1, in Tier 2?
Yeah, I'd say so.
Yeah, they're the 4 best
yeah.
sides. Okay. I know it sounds silly because they're there, but sometimes you...
Actually, no, I'd probably have to...
Oh,
Nah, I'd have to disagree, actually. But here's Sonny Baker in from the pavilion end. Full delivery. This one is an attempted drive by Clark. Doesn't beat point. As he takes his glove off and adjusts it after playing the shot. Goes down as a dot in the scorer's book. I would say, I think 3 out of the 4.
yeah. Who should have been there?
Oh gosh, you're really testing me now, aren't you?
Well, I know you do a lot of women's cricket as well as men.
In runs Sonny Baker now, and oh, this one just hit uppishly, just short of Baker as he completes his follow through. My gosh, that was close.
Slight leading edge, I think. Hint of a leading edge. So I can't put you on the spot then as to say
you
which
can.
side should have been there out of those 4.
Bear with
or
me,
the
I just
4
need to
that are
remind
contested.
myself of the teams. The memory's going downhill after I crossed the age of 27.
Are you older than 27?
I know. Don't look it, do I? Sonny Baker makes his way through and then decides to pull out. Just loses his rhythm there. As does Clark, who's... I think he's having issues with his gloves. Keeps taking them off and then rubbing the ground. Rubbing his bare hands on the ground. And I'm not sure like how dry that is. But yeah, Sonny Baker will have to make his way back to the top of his mark. Turns and is ready to go again. Into Clark, who drives straight back to Baker, gets hand to it. 3 dots on a trot here for Baker, who's into his 3rd over. Kent have been a good side in Tier 2. I think
Have they?
even though their position on the table on that South group doesn't show it, but I think as a side throughout the season, they've been pretty decent. But of course, with Glamorgan and Yorkshire, you would expect that as they've been promised Tier 1 status later down the line. This one's left alone outside the off stump by Clark. He's on 20.
Yorkshire next year, isn't it?
Yorkshire next year, and then I believe Glamorgan the year after.
So the women's fixtures are going to increase quite a bit, aren't they, over the next couple of years?
Yeah.
Whereas
Okay.
they're looking to decrease the men's fixtures.
I'm sure years down the line they'll say, oh, maybe there's too many women's fixtures. Let's decrease the women's fixtures. Baker at the top of his mark runs in towards us now. Clark stood tall in his stance. flicks this away off the hips. It's too straight from Sonny Baker, and he knows it as he drops his head down, and the ball races down towards a deep mid-wicket boundary. 4 runs. He starts to build up the pressure, and that's all just gone loose. And Nottinghamshire move on to 89 for 2.
It's a good-looking shot, isn't it?
Yeah, he knew he went too straight there as soon as he let that go. He dropped his head almost immediately, just to seemed like he was just trying to hide the fact that the reality was the ball raced away down towards the boundary. Clark moves on to 24 after that hit. Baker in now, and this one played off the hips, this time down to deep square leg. Will be the single. 5 runs off the over, 25 overs gone. Nottinghamshire 90 for 2.
Joe Clark closing in on 500 runs for the season. He's just 1 short of that at the moment, averaging 36. So we played some good-looking shots here this morning. Yeah, we were touching on the sort of the proposals on what's happening with the men, or what may or may not happen with the men, didn't we, this morning before the rain came? And there's an interesting article on the BBC Sport website, BBC Cricket website last week, I think, or certainly a few days ago, suggesting that one of the main proposals going through is the split of a top division. So you get 2 teams coming up from Division 2, which makes 12. You don't have any relegation this year. As Eddie Jack comes in and bowls to Clark. Clark flicks that away down to fine leg, picks up a single, 91 for 2. Clark, that's his 500th run of the season. And 2 conferences of 6, making up a top division. And counties will have to vote on any of the proposals in the next, I think, yeah, they have to do it in the next 10 days, 10 days or so. And then we'll find out what's happening next season.
Right in the middle of the season.
It's crazy.
Throw a spanner in the works. Be like, right, as though there's not enough on the plate already.
But don't you find it odd that you start a season thinking 2 teams are going down, and yet actually that may not be the case? I'm not saying it will be the case, and counties may vote in a way that suggests it keeps the status quo, but there is a chance at this stage that Jack bowls, McCann drives up to mid-off, fielded by Fuller. Don't you find that a bit odd?
Hang on, is it for the 2026 season? For next year?
Yeah. So there could be 12 teams in Division 1.
Well, that's very odd.
It is odd, isn't it?
Surely you'd think that would make more sense for 2027, because then that's what teams are playing for, right? Promotion here and...
It's just odd. It's on the BBC website. Stefan Shamil wrote it a few days ago. I was reading it last night just to sort of clarify what was in it. I say it's only a proposal, but it'll be one of those that the counties have to vote on. Cam plays that length ball out into the covers.
You know what I did like the other day? I saw it on the BBC Sport website, where that article where Italy have qualified for the T20 World Cup.
Dave's been jumping up and down ever since as a former Italian player. Yeah, did you not hear that? Oh, you didn't hear that discussion just now?
No.
Yeah, Dave used to play for Italy in the early 90s. Yeah.
Oh, wow.
Yeah.
That's impressive.
And he's hoping there's an old players reunion at Sri Lanka during the T20 World Cup. That's what he's hoping. Yeah. I know. Dave, there isn't anything about Italian cricket that Dave can't tell you. He's played back to the bowler. So yeah, if you want to brush up on your Italian cricket, Dave's your man.
To be fair, I didn't really know cricket was played out in Italy until a few years ago, when I had to go out there, and I went out for some commentary, and there was a cricket ground in Rome. Yeah. It was a bit in the middle of nowhere, so I kind of thought, I wasn't sure if I was going to make it out on the other side, because it was down a windy road.
McCann drives powerfully, and again Abbott with a good stop there, this time at mid-on. So was there a cricket game going on when you were there?
Mm-hmm.
Oh, right. And you didn't commentate on it, did you? Or you said you did?
Yeah, I did commentate on it.
Did you really?
Yeah, but I can tell you one thing. Cricket in Rome in the month of August is like a frying pan.
I bet. Was it a 20 overs a side game?
It was less than that.
Less than 20?
Yeah, it was less than that. Thank goodness, because I don't think I'm going to survive 20.
Jack runs in, McCann plays that late, down towards third man. Just a single for McCann, takes him on to 56, 92 for 2 at the end of that Eddie Jack over, and he's completed 8 overs, 1 for 30. So you went out there specifically to commentate on this game?
Yeah, so do you know, like, there's a European Cricket League?
Oh, yes.
So it was, I was at university at the time and had a few days off in the summer, and I basically got asked if I'd like to go out there and commentate on it. So
Wow.
off I went to Rome, ate some carbonara, spoke some cricket, and came back.
A typical Italian trip then. Is it in the...
Dolce Vita.
What's the famous monument in Rome? Not Colosseum. What's it? It's the what's the famous round thingy in Rome? Anybody that
It's
Colosseum.
the
It is the
Colosseum.
Colosseum.
Yeah.
Is the cricket ground in the shadow of that?
I wish it was, as this one is pushed into the offside by McCann, and will come through for a single as it beats diving cover, which I believe is Nick Gubbins.
So
no,
you couldn't
wasn't.
see
No,
that in the
I was
background?
kind of. It was a bit more outskirts,
Okay.
if I'm honest. But that would be ideal. Can you imagine?
Oh, wouldn't it be just? In the grounds of the Colosseum.
Sonny Baker at the top of his mark. And he comes to the right-handed McCann, who wafts at this one outside the off stump, and it's just one bounce short of Tilak Verma at second slip. He's playing very tight and controlled within himself. Not sure what went through his mind here. Hopefully we'll get to watch that back again on the live stream. At the moment, Baker making his way pretty quickly and swiftly back to the top of his mark, ready to go against Clark once again. He's on 26. 2 slips in place. Oh, and this one just jags back a bit, takes a bit of height as well, beats the bat of Clark, goes straight into the gloves of Ben Brown. You know where would be a really nice place to have a cricket ground in Europe? Can you imagine? In Athens, right? Okay, hear me out here. Near the Acropolis,
Yes.
right? And it's a day-night, it's like an evening T20 fixture, and you can see the Acropolis like lit up in the background.
That would be amazing.
That would be amazing.
Wouldn't it just? Is there a field nearby that could be sort of
I'll do some
cultivated?
research when I get off air. Sonny Baker. In now, and this one a straighter delivery, played off the hips by Clark down towards deep square leg, comes through for a single. Score moves on to 94 for 2. But you know, sorry, do you know where there is a cricket ground where you'd never expect it? Somewhere in Europe that you would think, huh?
Go on.
Corfu.
Yeah, do you know what? No, I get that. I get that because I think when I was younger and sort of in my club cricket days, I'm sure there was a team that used to go out there and tour there just because it was Corfu. I'm sure.
Sonny Baker in, and McCann just plays that straight to mid-wicket. Straight to delivery from Baker.
That does ring a bell, actually.
Yeah, so they've had some ICC, like, European tournaments out there.
It's all right, isn't it?
Yeah,
You've
not
got to
bad.
get yourself on those, Nikki.
So my dad used to coach the Turkish national team, I think back in like 2013, 2014.
Okay.
So then he was like, oh, I'm off. We've got to go for 10 days. There's an ICC tournament in Corfu. I thought he was taking the mickey at that point. I was like, who on earth has a cricket tournament in Corfu? But it turns out it was actually legit. As in runs Baker now. And this is a shorter delivery, and he edges it.
No.
And it's dropped at first slip. Again, wafting with the bat, McCann. And it's put down once again. It's another drop catch from Hampshire. And that will conclude the end of the 27th over. Nottinghamshire are 94 for 2.
Wow. Well, that should have been taken. Joe Weatherly, I know he'll know that, but it just seems to be something about Hampshire and Nottinghamshire dropping slip catches. Nikki Chowdhury's going to stay on. I was going to read this email out, but I've run out of time. So I'm going to let Amelia Clark read out this email. It will help you with your cricketing knowledge of Italy.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
I look forward to hearing about it. Now that drop almost happened in slow motion. There's Eddie Jack He's at the top of his mark from the hotel end. 2 slips, a gully, backward point, cover, mid-off, mid-on, mid-wicket, and a long leg as in runs Jack now. So played off the hips. Down towards long leg, will come through for the single. Score moves on to 95 to McCann on strike now. 57 for him. And Clark swiftly moved on to 28 back in the commentary box. Amelia Clark.
Hello. Yes, I'm just reading the email that has been sent in from Adam, which you will very much enjoy.
Tell me.
And it says, "Hi everyone, living in Tuscany, it's good to hear Italian cricket get a mention. Due to Brexit, I've had to take out an Italian citizenship, so I'm technically available for the World Cup. 20 years ago, I might have made the selection. I'll tell you the rest after this." And that's just pushed away for one. There is also a fair amount of club cricket over here as well, almost exclusively played by lots of people that come around and into the country. Hopefully the Italian venture into the World Cup will boost the profile of the game, but the actual qualification wasn't really covered in the media, which was a shame. So yes, thank you very much, Adam, for that. That was good to know, and good to know that there's a lot of club cricket going on. As Jack stands at the top of his mark, comes in from the hotel end and bowls over the wicket, and that's defended. Oh, and he slips on the end of his run-up, and his foot. He slips through as the end of his run-up. Sorry, Nikki, did I poach you over? I wasn't sure whose it was.
You can have it.
Sure.
I'll take the other end now. It's fine.
But yes, so thank you, Adam. And yeah, he sent that to Hampshire Cricket at bbc.co.uk. So if you've got any more stories of Italian cricket or other country cricket, please do let us know. So we've got Clark on strike. Jack seems to be all right after taking a bit of a tumble at the end of his run through there. And that's well defended. Maybe just a little slippy underfoot.
It's an interesting one, right? Because a lot of the Italian squad are dual citizens, and a lot of them have, like, for example, the Burns and the Manetti brothers played domestic cricket out in Australia. The Gay and Stewart have played county cricket in the UK, and then you've got Wayne Madsen as well. And not bad.
Not bad at all,
Not bad at all.
No. Now you start looking into it, it's like, oh, actually, it could be a good squad. Nottinghamshire 96 for 2. Jack's in again. Field creeps with him. Hampshire looking for their next wicket, and well left there by Clark. Carried through to Ben Brown.
Yeah, the Manetti brothers. Ben Manenti. Manenti, yes. He actually played at the cricket club I played for down in Sussex. Ruffy.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, so he was out overseas.
Oh, no.
Crazy, right?
Weird links. It's a small world. Yeah, that is odd. So we've got one more ball left of this Jack's over. He's 1 for 32 at the moment. He comes in again. Bowls, good length. Yeah, that was nice. Right down to mid-wicket. And that's the end of the over. So Notts are still on 96 for 2. Clark has run up the score on 28, but McCann very much in the lead, setting the pace at 58 so far. Had 28 overs of the day. We've got 38 apparently left. We did lose 30 from the rain delay that we had earlier.
Tell you one thing, I didn't expect it to rain today. I thought I was going to bring the sunshine with me, and I just did not pack any rain-friendly gloves.
No, I didn't either. I mean, I'm in shorts. You're at least in some trousers. Yeah, the weather forecast did not say. It said a few days ago it was going to rain, and then it said it wasn't going to rain today.
Never trust the forecast.
Never trust the forecast.
Sonny Baker in from the pavilion end as McCann is forward. Solid in defence. The ball goes to mid-off. No run.
It looks a little darker than it did over.
So this is now
Shane Warne stand.
Yeah, it does. And I've noticed that the ground staff have already gone back over towards the covers as well. And they're all just having a bit of a
They
lay
look like they're having
down.
a sleep.
They look like they're having a snooze here, the 4 of them. Afternoon power nap.
Yeah, I don't blame them for going over, actually. I don't think it's going to rain, but it just does look quite dark.
Sonny Baker, right arm over the wicket to the left-hander, short ball as he's on his toes and looks to guide it past gully, but will not beat the diving fielder, who I believe is Tom Prest.
Yes, it is indeed, yeah. Number 24, Tom Prest. That was a good stop from him there. Saves another boundary.
And 2 slips gully, deep point cover, mid-off, mid-on, deep square leg, and a fine leg as in runs Baker. Again to McCann, who's forward, and I believe this goes inside edge down to fine leg. Comes through for the single. It's starting to look a little bit fidgety out there in the middle now, McCann.
They are indeed. Elsewhere as well, we've got England against India. India are 282 for 4 after 47 overs. So they've put down quite the score there. Be a big one for England to try and chase.
I've been in complete control. I think that's Trent Bridge, if I'm not mistaken.
Yes, I'm going to say totally confidently.
In comes Sonny Baker. This is a full delivery, which is blocked out by Clark to mid-on. Nearly on the verge of being 2-4 there from Sonny Baker.
And it's at the Banks House Riverside in Chester Street.
Oh.
But there you go.
Baker makes his way back to the top of his mark. Right-handed Clark takes a look at his grip, looks down at the ground as he taps his bat, and ready to go again as Baker runs in towards us. Now short ball pulled away, and there is no protection, and that will race away for 4 runs, right between fine leg and deep square leg. He finds the placement brilliantly, and that brings up 100 runs on the board for Nottinghamshire. They get there into the 29th over.
Yeah, I mean, they've come out since that rain delay. They've come out confidently. They've come out, I mean, I know they've lost a wicket, but these two together have created quite the partnership, and they've gone storming ahead.
Baker in now, and Clark forward defends. And the ball hits the inner half of the bat and goes to short mid-wicket. Ends the over with a dot. 5 runs from the over at Nottinghamshire, 101 for 2. With McCann on 59, Clark on 32, and while elsewhere in Division 1 of the Rothesay County Championship, Somerset versus Durham. Durham bowled out for 145, Somerset currently 69 for 1. Sussex playing Essex over at Hove, Sussex 204 all out, Essex currently 5 for no loss. Warwickshire versus Worcestershire, Worcester are 159 for 4 currently. And Yorkshire versus Surrey, Yorkshire 226 for 2.
We've had a couple of other emails that I'll read out in a moment, but we've got Jax coming from the pavilion end. Again, comes in, right arm over the wicket and bowls, and this is well defended in behind by McCann. So we had an email from one Pete Fincham to Hampshire Cricket at bbc.co.uk, and he says, "Hi team, the most remote cricket ground I've ever been to is on the Ascension Islands, which are in the South Atlantic Ocean. He visited last October as Jax begins his run up in again. Bowls, and this is just pushed to cover. It's also the most remote golf course, and also renowned to be the world's worst given. There is no grass and is made up of volcanic dust and wild scrub." Now, Nikki, I've got some photos here, and they're quite amazing actually, of Pete playing golf on the Ascension Islands. So thank you, Pete, for sending that in. That's great, and I'll make sure Kev sees those as well when he comes on in a moment. Jack's coming from the hotel end. Bowls, this is good length. but well stopped out in cover. So we've got 3 balls left of the over. Nottinghamshire on 101 for 2. McCann is on 59, Clark on 32. Jack's in once more, shorter length, very nicely played, just a backward square leg. They'll go for 1, moves to 102 for 2. I think the field is just adjusting for the left-hander. McCann just brought up his 60 off 88 deliveries he's been out there. Still saying that we're going to get another 36 overs in today. As Jacks comes in once more. Good length, well at front foot defence there from Clark, very nice. As he starts to walk all the way back to the top of his mark. We've got 2 slips in here.
Tees in 15 minutes from now, 4:30.
Indeed it is, yes. I think we might be going a little bit later than the original cut-off tonight to get all these overs in, especially with the amount of fast bowling we've had, as Jacks once more. Well defended again from Clark. Jacks does his own bowling and fielding. I think we're going to have a double change, I believe, in the commentary box in a moment. Yeah, it says you. Oh, I'm happy to stay on, Kev, as long as you're happy.
So I'll make way, shall I? Is it time for me to go?
I think, yes, I think it is.
It
in the politest way
I love
possible.
you and leave you.
I've got a few more emails here. I'm just getting my way through. I'll hopefully be able to read out those in a moment. As Dave joins me. Hiya, Dave.
It's a good get out, isn't it? Oh, I've got the roster wrong. You're wrong. You're wrong.
I did think it was odd. I was like, why has he put a double change in here? That makes no sense. So we've got an email here from a Derek Oliver at Hampshire Cricket at bbc.co.uk. He says, hi team, listening to the commentary on the stream. I play for a local Basingstoke team. We played lower level Hampshire League cricket and we were probably just a bit better than the pub team. I love that. We toured Corfu in 2000 and played at a ground in the north of the middle of the island. We turned up very much rough and ready, expecting the match to be team to be equally modest ability, only to find that the opposition constituted the majority of the Greek national team that had been playing for the ICC tournament only weeks before. The weather saved us as it was wet, so our defeat was not as bad. Enjoying the commentary. Thanks, Derek. That is absolutely brilliant. That's put a smile on all of our faces, I can tell you that. But yeah, do let us know if there's any others.
Follower in again from the pavilion end. Bowls to the left-handed McCann, who steers this into the offside. There's no run. This Freddie McCann's highest score away from Trent Bridge. He's had 3 centuries on his home turf for Notts, but it's just his second 50 away from Nottingham. Got 51 at Durham on debut end of last season. Was spilled on 57. It's a fairly regulation one, which Joe Weatherly put down.
Can feel the wind picking up here a little bit.
Helps us into the offside with a pleasing push. There'll be a couple of runs. Just turned things over nicely over the last hour, McCann and Clark. There's the last segment of that, the last half an hour or so. There's not been too many flashy eye-catching strokes from either player. They're just getting the job done, just working knots towards a par sort of total by tee. 104 for 2 it is at the moment. With 3 hours lost, it's going to be, I guess, all about just getting into some sort of position where tomorrow morning they can press on and eat into those bonus points if they've got wickets in hand. Fuller round the wicket, bowls, and again McCann works it away square for another single. Runs coming relatively easily from the bat of both of them at the moment. 105 for 2 as our umpire Ben Debenham at this end makes the trek across again from square leg to square leg. Sometimes they do and sometimes they don't. Have you noticed that, young Amelia?
I have, yes.
Sometimes they'll swap and
sometimes they don't bother. Yes.
105 for 2.
I think it's sometimes if they remember.
Floodlights burning brightly as Fuller passed umpire Milnes bowls, and well, this was short. We haven't got a speed gunner, and I suspect it was just a slow, loopy bouncer that got up, and it needed one of Amelia's forearm tennis smashes down the tram lines and away for 40 love, really. And Clark just sort of clothed it down into the ground. It was not the greatest of deliveries, not the greatest of shots, and
Oh, listen to that, folks. You had two sports commentaries in one go there. That was excellent.
I think just to reconcile that to the history books as a dot ball is probably best. Last ball of the over. 3 from this over so far. Fuller into Clark, and he'll cut this away and cut! Oh, that's a great catch. That's a wonderful catch from Fletcher Middleton, diving to his left. Hampshire have got a bowling point with a sensational bit of work there from Fletcher Middleton. A backward point. It was another one of those dug in short by Fuller, and Clark went to chop it away and couldn't get it out of reach of the diving Middleton. Really, really good catch just before tea, and Clark has gone for 32, and that, I think, from the Notts perspective, will be seen as a little bit of a wicket squandered there, really. He was the only man on the offside that was within range, and Clark steered it to him, albeit only just. It was only just in reach. Really good diving catch, and it's 105 for 3.
Yeah, absolutely. You saw that come off the bat, and I mean, I think that's maybe what Fuller was doing, just dropping a few shorts, or just giving them some more to think about, really, for Clark. And then, yeah, as you say, just guided it to Fletcher Middleton, who I think will be incredibly happy that he's taken that catch, having a sort of earlier a little mistake of an overthrow that caused 5. But yeah, absolutely redeemed himself on that one.
That's 2 catches today, with players playing away from their body with a horizontal bat. Seba Mead was also trying to chop Eddie Jack away early on and nicked it through to the keeper. And now Joe Clark has picked out Middleton. So where are we? About 8 or 9 minutes away from tea. Jack Haynes on his way out to the middle at number 5 for Notts. Had a pretty good season so far. Jack Haynes, 3 first-class hundreds. Didn't get any last year for Notts, past 50 on 7 occasions. But this year, taking it up a notch. Goes out to the middle, 611 first-class runs at 47 or so. Best score of 157 and those 300s. So decent campaign. If you can get another 1 or indeed 2 centuries in the last 5 matches, I think it would be deemed a very decent campaign. Got a new career best T20 score of 80 not out against the Bears at Trent Bridge in the recent competition. So he's very much taking his career up a notch this campaign. He's going to be at the non-strikers end. That was the end of the over. It will be Sonny Baker to bowl. Fuller's figures now 6 overs, 1 for 28. As Baker starts a new over, and this one's drifted down the leg side. 105 for 3.
Yeah, Jack back into the attack from the hotel end here. Are we looking? He's already got 1 wicket today. Are we looking for another? He doesn't hurry himself, does Jack? All the way to the top of his mark. McCann waits on strike on 63. And he comes. Right arm over the wicket. Oh, shorter delivery, and that's swept up and will land safely on the offside. They'll go for 1. As the field changes for the left-hander.
T's been in touch at Brace Cricket. Darn it, he's put darn it. I was I was just going to post how well Freddie and Joe were going. Cue edit. Got to be to take the blame. T for that wicket. Clark out for 32.
Jack just make sure the field is right. He's got 2 slips in place as he comes in again. That's on 106 for 3. Bowls, good length delivery, well defended on the back foot. And it looks as though India women are going to close their 50 overs on about 316 for 5. I think they've got 1 ball left of the over. Yeah, they're on 316 for 5. There was a drop catch earlier, so 318. There we go. We've closed on 318 for 5 on India, and England women will be into bat shortly. And they need to get 319, a big score. As Jax comes in again from the hotel. And bowls, good length delivery, front foot this time for Haynes. Defends.
So Haynes in at 5, rest of the Notts card. As Kyle Verreynne due in next, the South African wicket-keeper batter. Lyndon James have got a century when the teams met in Nottingham in the second innings at 7. Liam Patterson-White at 8, and then Houghton, Farhan Ahmed confirmed in the 11, and Mohammed Abbas.
They're about deep enough as Jax comes in again. Again defended into the covers.
Yorkshire 240 for 2 at Scarborough. It'll be nice up there by the seaside today, North Marine Road. And after Lythe and Bean put on 107 for the first wicket, Wharton and Luxton now have frustrated the Surrey attack. 240 for 2 in that one.
So 5 minutes before tea here at the Utilita Bowl as Jax comes in. Very long length delivery, and that's played all the way back down the ground, and I think that's going to run away for 4. Yes, there was a chasing Kyle Abbott, but he runs to no avail. That's well struck.
Back in Kev's day, that was the sort of delivery you would give a beneficiary. Somebody who was having his benefit match or a testimonial match. You'd serve them up a nice juicy full toss like that, and it punched away for 4. Went out of the game years and years and years ago when Kev stopped playing.
So Nottinghamshire moved to 110 for 3. End of the over. McCann on 64, Haynes on 4.
Yeah, tea will be at 4:30. Of course, generally it's when 32 overs remain in the day, but we've lost 30 overs today, so they're going by a fixed time, and then the last session will be...
They won't be far off that. Overs remaining, 34. If they get a wiggle on here, they might only be 1 over.
That's more coincidence than design. Going to be James Fuller. False start from James Fuller. There's the world's biggest bed sheet at the far end, and Freddie McCann just pulled back a little bit. There can't have been anybody moving behind the arm. There is Fuller in and digs it in short and eased into the offside by McCann. Don't know where the world's biggest bed is, but that's certainly the world's biggest bed sheet.
It is indeed. Yeah, it covers what, 2 sort of whole
2
widths.
blocks of seats. Yeah. At the base of the pavilion, there's a members area either side of the iconic pavilion. Don't know who were up in the gods. Who are they? Are they the gentry, the invited guests, the VIP, royalty? Play and a miss from Freddie McCann to a quicker delivery from Fuller. Plenty of bounce on that one from the former Middlesex and Gloucestershire man. Good delivery.
I did think I heard something off of that, but obviously not. I must have heard something as it carried through. Yes, I believe that sort of... I think that is a level of membership up at the top there.
The great and the good of Hampshire cricket. Executive membership. Friends of friends. Fuller in again to the left-handed McCann. Leaves this one alone. He'll be keen to keep his wicket intact for a couple of minutes and then go again afterwards. A little bit of gardening being done here. That might just be with a view to, can we run the clock down? In fact, the digital numbers on the scoreboards to our right and left have just ticked over to 16:29, and we are 3 balls through this over, so they should be able to drag this out till half past, shouldn't they?
Absolutely, yes.
Saw a bit of all that nonsense in the test match, didn't they? Taking 7 minutes to bowl an over at the end of the day as McCann reaches forward, pushes it out to Verreynne on the offside, and there's no run. Ben Brown just trying to create a little bit of something here, just moving his fielders around. Verreyne's going to come back into slip. Got Prest moving over from shortish mid-wicket to an attacking point position, hoping that Freddie McCann will pop one up there. Fuller going round the wicket. He's going to bang this in halfway down, Amelia.
Right, good bet.
Sun is out. Bowls now.
Ooh.
Bowls nice and full. A Fuller delivery from Fuller, and it's cut away for 4. Nice shot from Freddie McCann. Good job I'm not batting. I was expecting one halfway down.
Will come as a bit of a surprise.
114 for 3. McCann up to 68 now from 99 deliveries. I'll tell you his strike rate after this next delivery, if I can work it out. Haynes at the other end on 4. This might be the last ball before tea. It'll be the 33rd over the innings. Fuller to McCann. Turn it on the leg side and he'll get a single to go to 69. 115 for 3. I think that'll be tea. Just to confirm for you, McCann's strike rate is 69. 69 from 100 balls. Haynes has 4. 115 for 3 here at the Utilita Bowl. And the day's spoilt thus far by the rain, but they go off typically with the ground bathed in lovely sunshine. McCann 69 has played lovely innings. His highest score away from Nottingham reached his 50 from 65 balls, and with him Jack Haynes fresh at the crease. He's 4 not out from 4. Thanks for your company, everybody, this afternoon. The players will be back in 20 minutes time, and when they come back, so will the commentary.
second. Game match day 10, and Nottinghamshire, having been put into bat, are 115 for 3. We've only had 33 overs. This will be a long session because we have 33 left, so we're actually only halfway through day 1. Freddie McCann, the 20-year-old, will resume on 69 not out. He loves batting against Hampshire. He got 100 up at Trent Bridge earlier this season. Jack Haynes is 4 not out. The 3 wickets that fell in the 9 overs we had this morning before rain. Haseeb Hamid edged Eddie Jack behind for 2. Ben Slater was then dropped by Verreynne at second slip. That was the 9 overs done at 20 for 1. And then we had to wait until the 2:45 when Nottinghamshire resumed their first innings. Ben Slater was then bowled by a beauty by Kyle Abbott that nipped away, had the top of off stump knocked back for 7, and then Joe Clark was caught at backward a point by Fletcher Middleton off James Fuller for 32. We've still got Nikki Chowdhury with us. We've still got Dave Bracegirdle with us, but it's myself, Kevin James, and from BBC Radio Senate, it's Amelia Clark. Welcome back, Amelia.
Hello, thank you very much, Kev.
I think we just about summed all that up as the
Yeah.
players are just about to get ready. Hey?
Did it brilliantly.
Thank you, it's very kind. We got our first over of spin. And it is Felix Organ, one of 4 changes in the Hampshire side for this game. An enforced change because Liam Dawson will be back playing for England for the first time in 8 years in a test match tomorrow up at Old Trafford. So Felix Organ has taken his place. He's going to be bowling to Freddie McCann, the left-hander, who's on 69. And here we go for the evening session as Organ is in and McCann is forward, and it goes out on the offside. Yes, we've had a big wait, haven't we, with the rain?
Yes, we did. I think Dave said earlier, I think it was 3 hours. It didn't feel like 3 hours, but it must have been.
Yeah.
I think with all the, the checks and everything, by the time the covers came off, yeah.
That's right.
It was a big wait. It was a lot of rain we had.
It was. It's flighted and driven towards mid-wicket, and there is no run. Yes, I know Dave said 3 hours because he said he wanted a longer break than 3 hours.
Yes.
He said it wasn't quite enough. He wanted another 15 minutes.
Very glad he got that 15 minutes.
Here's Organ again. It's quite full to McCann. Just pushes that back to the bowler, and there's no run. We had a couple of emails just sort of come in just before tea. Kenny Gibson, Hampshire Cricket at bbc.co.
Yep.
That's right, it's .co.uk. I find that much harder to say than our old one. That's flicked away fine by McCann. It's running towards the boundary up towards the pavilion, and it will go for 4 runs, and McCann moves on to 73, 119 for 3. Kenny Gibson, Hampshire Cricket at bbc.co.uk says, why hasn't Keith Barker, why is he not back in the side? His suspension ended straight after the Worcester match, and we've missed him all season. That is right, he's been available to play since the start of July. Unfortunately, in trying to get himself back fit, he's got himself injured. So he was down to be in the squad for this game, but unfortunately, injury has prevented that. Organ bowls. That's cut away by McCann to backward a point, no run, which is a shame. You haven't seen Keith Barker play yet, have you?
I haven't, no. Been waiting to see him, and he keeps getting injured or, not being available to play. So, yeah,
Right.
see him eventually.
Well, it was a lengthy suspension, dating right the way back to July. So, it's been a long wait for him, I guess, mainly. Hopefully, he might be around soon, as that's quietly played back to Organ. End of the over, 119 for 3 on Nottinghamshire.
Yeah, they've brought the spin out. That sped the over rate up quite a bit, so we'll start nipping through those. It does look as though Fuller is still going to bowl from the pavilion end, but we'll wait for that definitely to be confirmed. He is taking off his jumper though, so I think that's Kyle Abbott actually. He's going to have a bowl from the pavilion end after tea. Yep, number 87. He's walking all the way back to the top of his sawdust mark. Yep, just been confirmed with the over tannoy speakers. So Nottinghamshire on 119 for 3. McCann is on a 73. He's faced 106 deliveries, and Haynes is off 4 of 4. So his strike rate is very good at the moment.
Certainly is. Yeah.
He's on strike, and Abbott looks like he's going to come over the wicket from the pavilion end. As he comes in, he's got 2 slips in place past the umpire, over the wicket and bowls. This is well left and carries through to the keeper.
Yes, Jack Haynes was another one who batted well in the game between these two sides earlier in the season. Made 120 in the second innings. As Notts piled up 345 all out in their second innings and gave Hampshire an enormous amount of runs to get to win the game, of which Hampshire, not quite up to the task, were bowled out for 116. lost by a lot of runs. It was over 300.
Yes. Well, hopefully they'll make a better impression this time as Abbott comes in again. That was a high ball, banged in short, swept away, I think, over the left-hand shoulder of Haynes, and I think that's gone for 4. It's sort of, we lost it just under the eyesight of us, just up here on the camera gantry, but yep, that has gone for 4. Just been retrieved from the seats.
Just helped away on the leg side. It's a good bouncer from Abbott. Well played by Haynes, though.
Nottinghamshire moved to 123 for 3. Get another wicket now, and the score will be 1, 2, 3, 4.
Well, hey.
Kyle Abbott just waiting for everything to be quite as he likes it. He's just moving a third man a little bit finer as he comes in again. And bowls, this is right at the feet, and it's a big call. Ben Brown is screaming at the umpire, who's got no interest. It was a shout for LBW, but it's been given as a leg bye. We'll watch that on the replay.
Let's have a look. Here it comes. And it's a little bit way down the wicket, actually. I can see when the umpire said not out. It was leg stumpish, wasn't it?
It was. But as you say, because he came down the wicket, it sort of slightly took the stumps out of play. Oh, and the floodlights have officially gone off.
Oh, wow. There they are. But there's still quite a lot of cloud around, but it's quite bright out there.
It is, yes. I think, as you say, our black screens are slightly deceptive sometimes with the cloud colour. So Abbott now comes in to McCann, so he's going to come around the wicket. And this is defended nicely off the back foot.
This is actually nice to have the windows in front of us now, isn't it? Sort
Indeed,
of closed
yes.
across. We don't get burnt to death now anymore.
No, neither does the kit as well, probably more importantly.
Yes. Well, I think my computer gave up a couple of games ago.
It did, yes.
Somebody else's did.
Yes.
Was it or just mine?
I think it was yours. You sort of both of yours that you had.
That's right.
I think one especially gave up twice.
Very hot the stuff gets here, but it's all right now.
Yeah, it's a lovely temperature here today as Abbott comes in again around the wicket and bowls. Short delivery. No run. Yes, we were saying earlier it never got that cold when it was raining, so it was actually it was quite fresh still. It remained. I think that's why we were quite lucky. It sort of retained a lot of the crowd as well, because they thought, oh, we'll just stick around for a little while, let it pass, and they are reaping the rewards very much so now.
I think it always felt like if there was a shower, it was prolonged.
Yes.
So we had, 2 or 3, didn't we, really?
Yeah, yeah. Intermittent but heavy. Once more comes Kyle Abbott from the pavilion. McCann waits on strike. Defended nicely. End of the over. And Nottinghamshire are on 124 for 3. McCann is on 73. Haynes is on 8.
I know there was another email came in just before tea time, which Amelia said, "Oh, Kev, just deal with that one straight afterwards." So here we go. Michael Lithgow, Hampshire Cricket at bbc.co.uk, says comments around the county championship next season prompted me to investigate. There are only proposals, remember, it is on the BBC Sport website and app, mainly on the BBC Cricket pages, an article that one of the proposals being discussed or will be discussed by the counties, and they have to vote on that pretty soon. Is Division 1 consisting of 2 groups of 6 that play each other twice, plus what appears to be a random allocation of an additional 2 team matches for the other group, with a county championship final of the top 2 from each of the conferences. That's right. So as a county member, we get 6 home matches for our membership, a reduction from 8 pre-2017. That's interesting. As full of bowls, and that's played out on the onside by Haynes. A reduction from 8 pre-17 to 7 this season. Yeah, and it could go down to 6. That's assuming it all goes through, of course. The reduction seemingly driven by the desire to fit in other formats and reduce pressure on players. The PCA, the Professional Cricketers Association, have put their weight behind 12 championship matches, and a slight reduction in the number of T20 games as well. 124 for 3 as Fuller comes in. Sun gets a little brighter for a little while at least, as that's played into the ground by Haynes. Gosh, there was a time, Amelia, and you're far too young to remember. There was, about 22 championship games this season.
Goodness me!
And going way, way back, I think at its most, could be wrong on this. I think at its most there was 32 championship matches, but they were 3 days.
Right, okay.
Yeah. But still an awful lot of cricket.
Yeah,
32 3-day
that's
games.
incredible. They must have been exhausted.
Well, they used to play 2 a week, basically. Here's Fuller. Forward is Haynes. It's gone through extra cover, and with a short boundary side, Eddie Jack at mid-off. Now, is that gone for 4 or not? I'm not sure. The ball didn't. Did he slide into the rope? The umpires, both of them are looking. I get the feeling they're not totally convinced yet, so they're going to have to take the fielder's word for it. He said he thinks it's okay. 124 for 3. Yes, and then the introduction of Sunday league cricket meant they were playing 7 days a week sometimes.
Goodness me. Gosh, and the players nowadays think they play a lot.
I know, there you go. Yes, Fuller bowls length ball to Haynes, who's on 10 now, 126 for 3. But I mean, the game was very different in those days, and you know, we've got spinners, and I think I should. Dave Allen knows all this, former honorary archivist, and I should know, but I just forget. But I think they used to start at 11:30.
Right.
In the real old days, and they were all 2-hour sort of sessions.
Okay.
So they didn't start at 11, and there was none of this going on until 7 o'clock lark.
Kevin James, bring back the olden days.
Yes, that's right. Oh, yes. That's played up to mid. I'm not timed by Haynes. So it's all very different now. But the 4-day game is the one that's, whilst it's been a good introduction and it is better cricket, is the one that the players feel, well, it is. I can tell you from experience, it is the hardest to play physically, no doubt about it. And
Absolutely.
It's 100% different than a 3-day game, as been discussed many times.
Yeah, I mean, just looking from a purely bowling perspective, it is completely exhausting. You know, and you're just going over and over and over again. It's big wear and tear.
Exactly. That's turned away fine. Up towards the pavilion. It's gone for 4. Nice shot there from Jack Haynes. Moves on to 14. 130 for 3 at the end of that over. And you're off, but you were going to say something. Yeah.
No, not at all.
Are you? You can
no,
do.
it's all right. If I was, I've forgotten it, so it's all
Okay.
right. I'll make way for Nikki.
Thank you very much, Amelia. Nikki Chowdhury. So, 130 for 3 means Nottinghamshire haven't lost a wicket since tea. We had a few overs. 3 overs since tea. Welcome back, Nikki.
Thank you very much. I brought the sunshine with me.
You have.
Clouds are clearing off. I can see some blue sky.
Shadows on the pitch.
I know. I've seen it all today.
We have.
Torrential rain, floodlights on in the month of July in the afternoon.
Yes, but it's lovely now. Probably about the best part of the day, I think, now.
Here's Abbott from the pavilion end into the left-handed McCann, who's forward in defence. And that one just squirts towards backward point. Plays a little bit on the move here, doesn't he, McCann? Makes contact with the ball and then decides to go for a little walk.
Very simple technique. Roddy McCann, very effective. Well, certainly against Hampshire. he loves Hampshire.
Some players have that though, right? There's like certain sides that they play against. They just always are bound to score some runs. As this time defended again off the front foot, and pretty much exactly the same goes to backward point.
I was just trying to find a match report up at Trent Bridge earlier on in the season as to know whether he was dropped on his 100, and I had a quick look, but I didn't really get a chance to. But I'll have another look a bit later. But he has been dropped in the slips here before tea. But I mean, listen, he's still a very good player, but Hampshire are not making it easy for themselves against him.
Abbott runs in round the wicket to the left-hander, who's off on the back foot, pulls this down towards deep square leg, who's not all the way on the boundary because the boundary on the leg side is absolutely humongous. They'll come through for a single. 131 for 3 here. The score. Haynes on strike now. That's a 3 any day of the week if you hit it into the leg side. That's how big it is. Whereas on the off side, a nice touch and it should be racing away for 4. Just adjusting the field. Cover's been taken out for the right-handed Haynes and been sent across to the leg side to mid-wicket. As mid-wicket comes across into the leg slip position. So we've got 2 slips, a leg slip, a short mid-wicket. As in runs Kyle Abbott. Right arm over the wicket now as Haynes is forward, solid in defence and just times it well enough to get past extra cover. They'll come through for a single. There is no mid-off. So mid-on has to come round to field that one. Into the 37th over on today with a minimum of 29 overs left. Lost 30 overs in the day due to rain. As Abbott gets ready to come round the wicket to the left-handed McCann. He's on 74, crouched low in his stance. A short ball again, which is pulled straight to short mid-wicket. That's a very good stop, as that has come off the middle of the bat. And had that fielder not been there, that was going to race away down towards the boundary.
Yeah, just looked up the match report actually for that. It looked like there was a hard chance at gully, according to the match report that McCann gave. That was all. But the openers gave a few more chances that were a little more straightforward that Hampshire didn't take. There we go. Thanks, Nicky.
Abbott in to McCann, who this time is forward. This opens the face slightly. Ball runs to backward point. Ends with a dot ball. 2 runs from the over. 37 overs gone. Nottinghamshire are 132 for 3.
Is this the first time you've seen him play, Freddie McCann?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. I think he looks quite uncomplicated.
I think he knows what his strengths are.
Mm.
He's not venturing out of that zone, so he knows exactly what his strengths are and just playing within that.
It's what the best players do.
Mm-hmm.
They don't try and do things they can't do. No matter whether they're on 10, 40, 80, 120, whatever. Just sort of play the same way, generally. Here's Fuller from our commentary end. Right arm over, bowling to Jack Haynes. Bounces a bit on Haynes, does well to keep it down. Pushes it out to the offside. So, yeah, just that one chance to the slips which bounced. It was quite a difficult one in a way. It was quite high up. Not ideal, but it was put down.
It's funny when you think about cricket, it's the same thing you have to do every day, right? It's the same motions you as a bowler or as a batter. You go through the same thing every day, especially in terms of your movements. And
yeah. And his movements are quite simple, aren't they? Haynes pushes out towards mid-on. Goes to Abbott. Oh, I think he's... well.
Like, it can be quite boring, right? They say cricket, you've got to be prepared to get bored.
Mm.
And I think the best players in the game don't mind getting bored.
4-day game,
Mm-hmm.
4-day cricket, ideal, isn't it? There's no reason to thrash it around. I mean, I know the modern way, Bazball.
Unless you're a Rishabh Pant.
Well, that's right. Yeah, I know. He defies belief, doesn't he? Really. Here's Fuller again in the bright sunshine. Has just played a few yards in front of him by Haynes. But I mean, you know, every team needs kind of a Freddie McCann type character, isn't it? I mean, I'm thinking of somebody like Dean Elgar at Essex. And, you know, they just play the same way, whether they're on... You know, if you walked into a ground and you watched them play without knowing the scorecard, you wouldn't know what the total...
Mm-hmm.
You wouldn't know what score they were on, you wouldn't know anything. So they just play the same way the whole time. 132 for 3 for the turns. In past the umpire. Haynes works that to diving short leg. I think that's Tom Preston there.
Yeah, like you wouldn't know if they're on 100 or they're on 0. And
Yeah.
I was out in India in June working on a league, and Michael Clark was on the commentary panel with me, so I got to share a commentary box with Michael Clark, so I was asking him loads of questions. He's probably got irritated and was very excited to jump on that flight back. But yeah, he did mention how it was really important that he was able to ride those emotions, and that was a huge part, especially at the level he played at.
Verreynne, always playing a miss in there. Half shout behind from a couple of them at least, but not convincing. Yeah, well, Michael Clark played here for a little while as well, actually, many moons ago. I say many moons ago, 2000 and off the top of my head, somewhere around 2005, somewhere around there.
All right.
Before he got, you know, the Australian gigs and whatever. Yeah, I mean, Shane Watson was another one. Played here for a while before.
Some good names come down to the Utilita Bowl,
There
haven't
was some amazing Australians here. Oh, you're talking about Michael Clark, the bowler, actually.
No.
No, not the batter.
The batter.
That's hit through point. That's a lovely shot. Beautiful piece of timing. And former Australian captain. Who was the other one I'm thinking of? Was a bowler, Aussie bowler that played here. Who was Clark? I can't remember his name. I'll look it up in a minute. End of the over. Haynes moves on to 19 and 136 for 3 on Nottinghamshire, with still 28 overs left in the day's play. I didn't get to chat to him too much actually when he was here. Is he a good guy? Was he?
Yeah, he's always cracking a joke, so that was always good, and got involved in conversations, and yeah, friendly fella. It's funny though when you go out for these like leagues, as in runs Abbott and McCann is forward, defends to mid off the front foot. That you'd never expect that you'd be sharing a commentary box with a legend like Clark.
Stuart Clark is the guy I'm thinking.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Like, I couldn't believe it. I think I took a picture of the roster. I was like, oh, I'm never going to see that again. Keep it for the memories. Nottinghamshire 136 for 3. McCann on 74 as he taps his bat and awaits Kyle Abbott, who comes in. Right arm round the wicket, wide of the crease, and this time defended to cover off the front foot.
He does quite a lot of commentary though, doesn't he?
He does, quite a bit. And then he's also, I think he's got his own podcast now as well.
Who doesn't?
Everyone seems to have a podcast, actually. Although there's a really good one that's come out recently.
Yeah.
That's it. He's got Sir Alistair Cook on it, Bumbles on
You were
it.
showing me, yeah.
Yeah.
That looked quite good fun, actually.
Yeah, some of the clips I've seen on social media, they've had me in stitches. As Abbott is in, and this time McCann again plays it late under his eyes in defence, and the ball dribbles into the offside.
You've got your one?
Yeah, I've got my one. It's not as funny as that. I wish I had that sort of sense of humour. I think half the time it's just Melissa Storia laughing at me because I say silly things and words come out my mouth in the wrong order and it just sounds...
Yeah, but that's part of the fun, isn't it?
Two slips in place as Abbott is in and gives it a little bit of width this time. McCann looks to free his hands, opens the face of the bat, but this goes straight to backward point. 2 inches either side of the fielder, that would have raced away towards the boundary.
See, that's the thing now. See, anybody who's anybody in cricket now needs a podcast, has a podcast.
When are you starting yours, Kev?
I'm not really. I've got nothing good to say. Not really.
I
I mean,
think
and I don't mean that silly. I just
I'd
think,
be listening to your podcast.
well, that's very kind of you. But I don't know. I just think there's some good ones out there.
Stuart Broad and Joss Butler have started their own as well. As this time, this will find the gap as Kyle Abbott gives a bit too much width there to McCann. He frees his hands, opens the blade, and that races past backward point and down towards the ground staff by the boundary rope. 4 runs added to Nottinghamshire's total takes them to 140 for 3. McCann moves on to 78.
So, I mean, I guess what I really mean is that it needs to be a niche, doesn't it, in some ways? You need to have a... I mean, you and Melissa have got sort of women's cricket you talk a lot about, don't you? And plus your other sort of stuff, like you're always away.
Always away.
Going to a wedding in India or whatever it is.
Abbott in and McCann forward in defence. Ball goes to cover. Over ends with the dot ball. Just 4 runs from it. 39 overs gone at Nottinghamshire. 140 for 3.
So you've kind of got something, you know what I mean? If you're going to start something up, it needs to have a...
Do you know how hard it is to find a time between Melissa and I where we're actually working at all right hours? I'm not in a crazy country with a different time zone of like 5-6 hours ahead, and Melissa's not running around doing crazy things like she does as well.
But you still churn them out. You still get them out there, don't you?
Yeah, just about.
Yeah. When was the last one you did?
On Sunday.
Oh, there you are.
Yeah, we did one on Sunday.
Fuller from the hotel end, 140 for 3 on Nottinghamshire. As Fuller's in, that's pulled away down to fine leg by Jack Haynes, who moves on to 20. And we have just under 27 overs left in the day's play. If you're just joining us, we lost a great chunk of play after 40 minutes this morning because of 2 or 3 heavy showers. We lost we lost 30 overs exactly today. Talking podcasts with Nikki Chowdhury, who's got her own. Quite jealous, really, you've got your own.
I think you should come onto the podcast. I think we'll have you on as a guest, a very special guest.
No, well, it's very kind of you, but you've had some good guests over the years. I mean, you had one. When was that report brought out?
Last year.
Ago, was it last year? About and you had the person in it, didn't you?
Yeah.
Your podcast that's pushed up towards mid-off by McCann.
When the ICC report came out, we managed to speak to Cindy Butts, who headed the report, so she came onto the podcast, which was good. And then whilst I was out in India in June, I managed to get Julian Goswami on the podcast as well. It was a day where we saw a lot of rain, and rather than watch it rain, I kind of just tapped Julian on the shoulder. I was like, rather than us just sit around twiddling our fingers, should we record a podcast? And luckily she agreed.
Great stuff. Fuller into his 10th over here. Around the wicket to McCann, who plays that late off the back foot, opens the face of the bat, pushes it down towards deepish backward a point, and McCann moves on to 79, 142 for 3 here at the Utilita Bowl.
I wonder who we can get on the podcast next. I'm off to India again next month, so let's see.
Somebody from India? Somebody? Tilak Varma from here?
It's not a bad shout.
Because you want a picture with him, don't you?
I did want a picture with
So
him.
you might have to ask him at the same time. Is full of bowls. That's bounced. That's kept down very well by Haynes, who plays that through the vacant gully area. Ball doesn't quite make it all the way to the rope, but did have to get very high to keep that one down. And Nottinghamshire move on to 144 for 3. Why don't you ask him at the same time? You can get this picture with him later on.
Yeah, come on the podcast.
Yeah, sure he will. Well, I don't know the guy. I've interviewed him once. He was good value, to be fair.
If not, I can always ask Dave to ask the question for me. He said earlier that he'd be able to get me my photo, so I'm sure he can get me a podcast guest.
Dave's a master at that, as that's pushed out towards extra cover. I remember here 2 years ago, Melissa wanted a photo with Stuart Broad. Dave was straight up to Stuart Broad, said, "Will you have the photo taken with Mel?" No problem. Dave's the man. Dave's the man.
There's so many,
4 years ago. 2 years ago, 4 years ago. Yeah.
There's a lot of people I'd like a photo taken with, but I get so awkward and shy to ask for a photo. And it takes me, I'll probably, walk around in circles for a good 20 minutes before I get the courage.
Fuller. And again to Haynes. Short. Haynes cuts that away, hammers it away through the covers. Probably not quite timed as well as he would like, but with the short boundary side, it was timed well enough. And that's a boundary to finish off Fuller's over. It's 10 overs, 1 for 51 for the Hampshire pace bowler. And Nottinghamshire are 148 for 3. Nikki Chowdhury is staying on. And then Dave Bracegirdle. Do you want to come over this side, Nikki?
Of course.
And then Dave Bracegirdle will come on next year. And any photo you want sorted, especially of anybody on the Nottinghamshire side, Dave's your man. And he can sort anybody out. He's like that. Right, the next voice you'll hear will be Dave Bracegirdle, and then it will be Nikki Chowdhury.
Fancy I'm being set up for something there whilst I was out of earshot. Not entirely sure what it was. Here comes Kyle Abbott, 13 overs, 1 for 39, and there's a simple wicket for Abbott, and Freddie McCann goes. Just held the bat out there, chopped it straight up in the air to point, and a very, very easy catch for Sonny Baker, and he played beautifully all day, Freddie McCann, but what a very tame way to go, and Notts a 148 for 4. Freddie McCann, for the second time this season out, bang on 79 when there was a 3-figure score up for grabs. McCann caught Baker, bowled Abbott for 79.
Dave, look what happens. You come on air, and your team loses a wicket.
Don't blame me for that one. Well, I have after what's gone on before, it was a very tame way for him to get out. Just held the bat there, really, and Kyle Abbott skillful enough to hit it. And the ball just looped up in the air. Had he gone at it with any force, he'd have lifted it up and over and away, and would be saying, well, he's within 17 of a century now. But that's a real blow for Notts. 148 for 4. Should be Kyle Verreynne, the South African Test wicket-keeper who scored the winning runs in the World Test Championship at Lords, to make his way out to the middle and return as a Nottinghamshire player after missing 3 matches. Now, what was it I was being set up for?
Oh, I just wanted a photo, but it's all right.
Of who? Me? Anytime,
Yeah, of course.
anytime
We
you
can take
want.
a selfie.
Anytime you want, Nikki.
Yeah, former
Anytime
Italian,
you
international. I need to keep it up.
Oh, who are we after a photo with?
You!
I'm sure that wasn't the conversation.
That's what I told Kev as soon as I
Oh,
got here this
okay.
morning. And he was like, you just missed him as you headed down for the toss.
The Seagulls are getting excited about something. Maybe it's the arrival of Kyle Verreynne, who, as I say, he's been here, there and everywhere since we last saw him play for Notts. Played at Lords in that World Test Championship, then been on a little mini 2-test tour of Zimbabwe with South Africa. He's back for this one, and then unfortunately, folks, he's back to South Africa next week. There's an official presentation that all the South African players will be attending. So Kyle Verreynne will miss the Somerset game next week as well. Let's see if he can make the most of his time back with Notts to turn in a handy contribution here. Right-hander. Taking guard from umpire Milnes and prepares to face his countryman Kyle Abbott, who'll have a, well, I'm going to say an extra special reason for dismissing him. And first ball is hit down the ground. Now it's gone for 4. It brushed the hand of Kyle Abbott, who immediately thrust his hands on top of his head. I just wonder if the deflection was close to the stumps at the far end.
Well, it brings up the 150 for Nottinghamshire as well. And if there was one of the top ways of getting off the mark, that has to be up there, doesn't it?
The worrying aspect wasn't Verreynne, it was Haynes at the other end, because it did brush the fingertips of Kyle Abbott. Brought back down to earth after a wicket from the first ball of the over. He comes in, and Verreynne has reached forward there, mistimed it out onto the leg side. So things happening at the moment. That's not something that we've said too often in the last 2 Kookaburra matches that Notts have been involved in. Certainly 2 draws. 152 for 4. I think the Seagulls have been hiding from the rain most of the day, but they're enjoying the warmer conditions, just doing some aerobatics above us. Squawking away. Ground looks a picture. Notts need another partnership, and Verreynne leaves this alone. It jags back sharply off the seam from Abbott, who again is doing a John Cleese impersonation with hands on top of his head. Expect him to get a branch and start beating the bonnet of his car in a minute. He's very frustrated at the moment, Kyle Abbott. But he shouldn't be, because he's bowled beautifully and has got 2 wickets on the day. 152 for 4. You get the John Cleese reference. Have you seen Fawlty Towers? No. Okay.
Sorry, that one's
No,
completely
that's all
lost
right.
on me.
That's all right. Abbott leaves behind that undisturbed pile of sawdust at the far end and spears this one in nice and full towards Verreynne. Just drops it out onto the leg side, fielded by Tom Prest. And there's no run. So still to come for Notts. Lyndon James, Liam Patterson-White. Both of those scored, well, Lyndon James got a 5-foot when the sides met at Nottingham, and Patterson-White got a century. Brett Hutton, Farhan Ahmed, and the returning hero, Mohammed Abbas. 152 for 4. Abbott, long time his strike partner, bowls to Verreynne. Eventful over, 4 runs from it, and the wicket of Freddie McCann. The over comes to an end. Notts 152 for 4. And Abbott has figures of 14 overs, 3 maidens, 2 for 43, and we've had 41 overs in the day.
Yep, 25 overs remaining. Hampshire winning the toss and putting Nottinghamshire into bat. And Nottinghamshire currently 152 for 4. Not second on the table. Hampshire 7th on the table.
They're off for bad light at Scarborough. Yorkshire 282 for 4 against Surrey. Second new ball just taken. Dan Worrell's got 3 of the 4 wickets, but they're off for bad light.
Here's James Fuller into Haynes, who's forward and defends to point. It's not Scarborough, it's called Scarbados. Who needs Barbados?
Have you been there? Have you spent much time at North Marine Road?
Never been.
It's not always glorious, I tell you. They've had 16 wickets so far in the day at Taunton. Durham all out for 145. Craig Overton with 6 of the wickets. And Somerset in reply 156 for 6, leading by 11 with 4 wickets left.
Fuller in with 2 slips in place as Haynes is forward, and this comes straight out the middle of the bat in defence. The ball rolls to mid-off where Eddie Jack is the fielder.
11 wickets have gone down at Hove. Sussex 204 all out, Essex 90 for 1 in reply. And in the West Midlands tussle between Warwickshire and Worcestershire. Worcestershire, the visitors, batting their 219 for 6.
Haynes awaits in his stance as Fuller runs in. Approaches the crease now, back of a length, a bit of width, and this is cut away. And it beats the diving fielder at point, and that's going to race away along the carpet for 4 runs. Too much width there from Fuller. And Haynes definitely not going to miss out. He moves on to 30. Nottinghamshire 156 for 4.
Division 2, the match in the East Midlands between the top 2. Derbyshire at home to Leicestershire. Leicestershire, remember, were 0 for 2 after 2 overs this morning. They've recovered a little bit. 320 for 3. Centuries for Rian Ahmed, who's out, and for Lewis Hill, who's still there. Leicestershire going well.
Fuller in. A full delivery, which is blocked out by Haynes. Goes straight to extra cover.
Cardiff, Kent, relegated last season, remember, all out for 155, the visitors there, and Glamorgan in reply 57 for 2. At Cheltenham, Gloucestershire hosting Lancashire this week, the Red Rose 210 for 6. And the other game in Division 2 is at Merchant Taylor's School, where Middlesex are 299 for 1 against Northants. Max Holden 132 not out, Kane Williamson 74 not out.
This one's clipped away into the leg side, a bit straight here from Fuller, and that will beat diving fielder at mid-wicket. They'll be able to come back for a couple of runs as Fletcher Middleton comes round to do the fielding.
And in that match between Middlesex and Northants, there have been 37 extras given away, I have to say, by Northants. 36 of them no balls and the other one a wide. So
37 extras?
Yeah, but 36 no balls, so 18 times they've either overstepped or banged it in too short.
Fuller in, and Haynes forward once again, defends, and the ball goes straight to cover. And that will conclude at the end of the over. 6 runs from it, 42 overs gone at Nottinghamshire, 158 for 4.
And there is a women's ODI going on up at Durham. India 318 for 5. England 17 for 2. Blaze pair, Amy Jones and Tammy Beaumont, have both been dismissed early on. Emma Lamb and Nat Siver-Brunt fresh at the crease. England 17 for 2 after 8. Chasing 319. Here we'll be going on till late, assuming the light holds, and it's as good as it's been at any stage today. 24 overs remain. And as Kyle Abbott, the workhorse, comes in and bowls a delivery to Verreynne, who's content to let it go through to Ben Brown. Ben out today. A Seaper Mead caught by Brown from the bowling of Eddie Jack for 2. That was 3 for 1. Then after a 3-hour rain delay, Ben Slater bowled by Abbott for 7. That was 31 for 2. Became 105 for 3 when Joe Clark was caught by Fletcher Middleton at point. Good diving catch. And that was from the bowling of James Fuller for 32. And more recently, Freddie McCann caught Sonny Baker, bowled Kyle Abbott for 79. 148 for 4. Abbott to Verreynne. tucks this off his legs onto the leg side. No run. And it remains 158 for 4. Not a point behind Surrey at the top of the Division 1 table. Sussex began this round of matches still in 3rd. My word, what a good season they've had after securing promotion last year.
They really have, haven't they?
Well led by John Simpson. Abbott to Verreynne. Again, plays it late from the crease line, drops it down to Tom Prest, close in there, shortish mid-wicket. He's only 2 or 3 strips away from the batter. Umpire Milnes turns and not sure who he's waving to or waving at, but seems to be trying to get the attention of somebody or something, and then turns back facing towards Carl Verreynne. He'll wait for those heavy footsteps from the giant that is Kyle Abbott to approach his left shoulder. He comes in now, the big South African, and bowls, and Verreynne nudges it back to Abbott, who reaches down with his right arm and completes a tidy bit of fielding. 158 for 4. What's the close of play score going to be then? 23 overs from now. 158 for 4. Your projection is?
Oh gosh, so 23 overs left. If they continue around this, I'd say probably 190. 190?
190 what? All out?
No,
Yes.
no. I'm not sure about the
Abbott
wickets.
into Verreynne. He keeps this one out. So you're expecting 32 runs from the next 23 overs. That's going to be a bit dull, isn't it?
Yeah, but these two, they've got a lot of time on their hands, don't they? I'm saying minimum 190. 210? 210?
We'll see.
210. I think, yeah. I think if they continue at this rate, that will take them to 210. You're asking me to do mental maths as well here, Dave, and you're really exposing my lack of math ability right now.
Abbott to Verreynne. Once more. Just helps it onto the leg side. That's a maiden from Kyle Abbott, attacking the stumps with every single delivery there. Verreynne good enough to keep him out. Verreynne 4 not out from 11 balls faced. Jack Haynes 32 not out from 30. Knots 158 for 4.
I'm going to have to love you and leave you as I make way for Amelia Clark.
Well, that was a quick little stint, thanks to Nikki Chowdhury for the last little stint there. 158 for 4. Amelia chomping at the bit to get a view at the front of the box. Front of this cramped commentary box.
Hi, Dave.
TV gantry that's about 40 yards wide. What are we going to get here? We're going to get Felix the Cat on. A little bit of twirly-whirly stuff. We had 1 over earlier before tea. Felix Organ.
Indeed we are. He's coming from the hotel end. Looks like, oh yeah, there you go. There's the confirmation coming over now. I was just looking at the, I was just looking at the England women's score, and unfortunately, we're 17 for 2. We had a very quick 2 wickets drop very quickly. So, yes, hopefully they'll be able to stay the course, but they need about another 300 runs. So we've got Felix Organ coming in from the hotel end. We've got Haynes waiting on strike, and he's right arm over the wicket, and some bowls well defended on the front foot by Haynes. 158 for 4.
A little bit like Peter Such used to be before your time, I know. It looks like he expects a wicket every ball, Felix Organ, and that's not a bad trait for a bowler.
Absolutely. And he comes again. Going a little bit quicker this time. Oh, there was a big shout for a no. It was an almost run, but called back by Haynes.
Yeah, the important thing was it was an early call. Whether it was Haynes, whether it was Verreynne, I'm not sure, but either way, clear and decisive calling.
Absolutely. And again comes Organ, waste no time. This time swept nicely through the covers. There is a roving fielder, so it won't go for 4, but they'll get 2 off of that. Get Haynes back on strike.
He's just quietly gone about his own business here, Jack Haynes, and he's going at more than a run of ball, 34 from 33. Expect him just to ease up a little bit on that as the session goes on, assuming he can stay there for the next hour or so, but good start to his innings.
Once again comes Organ. This time, fresh leg side. They'll go through for one, get Verreynne on strike, and 160 for 61 for 4. Now, it seems like we've had all the weather here today,
Yes,
because now it is bright, gleaming sunshine, quite warm.
Yeah, that snow was quite heavy this morning, wasn't it?
Yeah, but to be fair, that's the one we haven't had. Organ once more. And this is again just pushed down to a short mid-on. Who comes up?
That ice was a little slippy as I walked onto the concourse.
That hurricane, but
But no, we have, haven't we? It's been gloomy and wet, but it's glorious now.
this is swept over their head, and that's very nice. It will bounce just before the boundary, so that letting go for 4, but a very nice, decisive move by Verreynne there on leg side.
Yeah, down the track. Verreynne is quick on his feet there and lifted that away to safety over deep mid-wicket. 1 bounce, 2 bounce, and over the ropes for 4. Shot of great attacking intent there by Verreynne. He's clearly not going to let Felix Organ settle if he can help it. 7 from that over. Just gives Ben Brown something to think about if they do start going after the spinner. Of course, no Liam Dawson, so taking pace off the ball is going to be a question that throughout the match is going to be something that mulls through the mind of the Hampshire skipper. There'll be a predominantly pace-led attack. Notts have Liam Patterson-White and Farhan Ahmed in their side. And if you weren't with us earlier, Josh Tong will join the match at the halfway stage. Brett Hutton in the Notts side, but will be replaced for days 3 and 4 as an official ECB replacement by Josh Tong. So that's a handy thing for Notts to have a little extra bit of pace in the latter stages of the match. Here's Sonny Baker, hop, skip and a jump like a long jumper as he sets off from the pavilion end and bowls to Verreynne. He turns this up to mid-on. There's a decent spell that from Kyle Abbott. He picked up the wicket of Freddie McCann to go with lovely delivery that bowled Ben Slater earlier on.
Quite a conversation with Verreynne and the umpire at the moment. I wonder what that's about. Verreynne doesn't look particularly happy.
He'll be fine. Don't think he does unhappy, Verreynne. Enjoying life at the moment. Next ball is helped away on the leg side, and just looked at the 2 fielders out on the fence, and they were looking at each other, so the ball has gone somewhere between long leg and deep square leg, and it's hit the rope. And so often, those of you that have watched a lot of cricket will know over the years, when a ball hits the boundary rope, it can very often leap up, and that one did try and make a bid for freedom. It leapt up and went over the advertising hoardings into the seats and had to be returned. Aims on to 39. We might have a bit of ball damage here as well. Don't think this is sort of a Hampshire-led thing either. I don't think it's the home side saying, hang on, this ball's not doing anything, you know, our umpire, have a look at this. It's been returned, having clattered about in those seats, and it's been handed to the umpires to have a look at. Well, Ben Debenham's given it to David Milnes, and Milnes, in his usual gruff Nottinghamshire voice, will have said, get on with it. So Sonny Baker has to get on with it. He's given the ball back. Aims on 39. Next delivery wide of the pegs. It goes through to Brown. Floodlights on again. They've been doing the hokey cokey recently, haven't they?
They have, yes. Electricity bill will be a bit confused. On off, on off.
Got the bus here, way to our right, the fish and chip bus, which Sadly, I've never seen an operating. Kev tells me it's only for the T20 stuff and the big matches, the evening matches. A bus that sells fish and chips. That sounds like a dream vehicle, doesn't it, as Haynes pushes this into the offside no run.
I have been here for one of the blast double headers, and all of the sort of meal things around the vendors around the concourse, they were all operating. The bar definitely had the longest queue, but on the day we were here, it was very hot, and the ice cream van actually, I would say, had the continual longest queue. But yeah, the whole concourse fills up with different food vendors. It's quite the place to be.
Kev will have fetched you an ice cream, won't he? He's good like that. 169 for 4. Next ball on its way, and driven by Haynes. A decent stop at backward point there, and they'd only get a single. Good work from Fletcher Middleton, who earlier took a good catch in that position to get rid of the dangerous Joe Clark. 170 for 4. Verreynne on to 8. I beg your pardon, Verreynne back on strike on 8. That was a single to Haynes, who's up to 40.
Well, the England women have just got a couple of boundaries. They've just moved to 36 for 2. So after 2 very early dismissals of Amy Jones and Tammy Beaumont, they seem to be getting their footing back in the game.
Verreynne on strike. Again, he'll bring Middleton into play, cutting this away to backward point, and there's no run. End of the over, Notts 170 for 4. 21 overs remain in the day, 20 to 6 now, so we are heading towards 7 o'clock or thereabouts before we finish day 1. It's a day that's been very much in fits and starts, hasn't it? We were eagerly looking forward to it this morning. Hampshire won the toss, put Notts in. The early success of the wicket of Asiba Mead then was getting darker and darker. We could see it coming from several miles away, the rain sweeping towards us, and then at 20 to 12 it took them off, and it was 3 hours and 5 minutes before play returned. But we've been going, apart from the tea interval, since 2:45. Notts 170 for 4.
As Felix Organ comes in again from the hotel end. It's just played straight back to him. Defensive shot there by Haynes. Yes, that rain today was quite odd really, because as you say, it was getting darker and darker, and then thought, oh, it's rained a little bit, and then moments later the heavens opened. As Organ comes in again defended. Yeah, and it sort of came in swathes. It was sort of, it stopped and then it started, and then it got heavier, and then it came back again, then it stopped. So yeah, 3 hours went in a flash. So Organ in once more. Again, just defended onto the leg side. They're going to go for a quick single, and there's a few shouts in the camera gantry as that came as a bit of a surprise, but they got both home safely.
I was actually just looking at the scorecard there. The match at Trent Bridge, Jack Haynes run out for 120. I can usually remember run outs. Well, as long as they happened today or yesterday, but I can't remember that one. I don't know how he was run out for 120, but that was a narrow squeak.
Organ in again, much fuller delivery there, and this is just played all the way down. Just the one run, much safer this time.
Pull up the scorecard and see who executed it. Usually says, doesn't it, run out brackets.
Yes.
If that either refreshes, well, it won't refresh my memory, might refresh Kev's.
Play back to Organ there, nice and defensive from Haynes. Organ did his own fielding. As in he comes again, slow start and then gains speed. Shorter delivery, and that's played through his counterpart's legs down to long off.
Well, it's given me an extra bit of information. Nottinghamshire's second innings in this match at Trent Bridge earlier in the season. J.A. Haynes run out, brackets, Baker to Brown for 120. So I presume they were taking on the arm of Sonny Baker, and he fizzed it into the keeper. But other than that, no further information to go on. Notts comfortable winners then, breaking a streak. I think it was 7 straight Hampshire victories, so it was long overdue. Nottinghamshire winning by 366 in 3 days. As I say, long overdue. 173 for 4. Haynes now on 42. Here comes Sonny Baker in to bowl to him. This is just deflected down to long leg. There's somebody down below me, I think. It'll be a single.
It is indeed. I can't quite see who it is, as it's got his front to me, not his back. And they've only got their numbers on their back. Should be like American football, where you have your number on both, so then I can see it.
Who'd have had odds on that this morning? The first reference to American football today, and it's not me.
Ah, you American football? I did not know. Oh, we'll have to be talking about teams later then. Oh, no, I've just seen the phone case.
It's Baker in bowls and defended by Verreynne, who's on 9.
So
Yes,
a
I've
Miami Dolphins fan.
had a lot of misery over the last 40 years. I mean, I was a,
Well, I've had a lot of joy and then a lot of recent misery being a New England Patriots fan. Just turned him against me
Might have to
forever.
ask Kev to come in and relieve me here. I just suddenly feel a little bit nauseous. Dear, oh dear. Heavens above. Johnny come lately. 174 for 4. Sonny Baker in. We'll stick to the cricket. Verreynne blocks this. Back to the bowler. Stays on 9. Got off the mark with a glorious straight drive. Verreynne off Kyle Abbott's bowling. First ball. Just easing himself into his innings. Hampshire dropped a couple of chances today, but both of those reprieved have now gone. Ben Slater was dropped on 5 by Varmer at slip off Abbott. He only made 2 more. He went for 7, and McCann was dropped on 57 by Weatherly from the bowling of Sonny Baker, who's on his way in now. Bowls, and Verreynne will get probably a boundary here. Well, he doesn't run. Haynes was sort of imploring his batting partner just to run there in case it pulled up in the damper grass in the deep, but Verreynne wasn't going anywhere. He knew he'd hit that hard enough to go for 4 backward of square.
Absolutely.
Right.
They were both at one end at one point.
Always used to get that with Samit Patel, because he would always run a boundary and run his bat in like a schoolboy or schoolgirl in the playground. He would always run his bat in at the other end, whether he knew it was going for 4 or what. Little superstitious thing, one of many that Samit had. 178 for 4 knots. Verreynne on to 13. Announced he was leaving Derbyshire earlier in the week after 2 seasons. Baker bowls, and again driven, but this time Fletcher Middleton's in the way. And there's no run. Good tumbling stop from Middleton, but in truth it was hit along the ground straight to him. There'd have been some red faces had that got through him, and now Ben Brown has decided that there's a lot of runs or a lot of shots going in that area, so he's just going to reinforce it, and Fletcher Middleton is dropping back from backward point out onto the fence, or 3/4 of the way back at least, and Tom Prester's dropped in there. Is he going to settle at gully? Stationary position, I think he is. Thinks deliver it on its way, in a defensive block played from the crease by Verreynne.
And we're going to have changing commentary.
178 for 4. Have I got the hook again?
Yeah, well, after the American football team that you now support, you can very much leave.
I've never been substituted as many times as I have today. 178 for 4. There'll be more from our cast of thousands in just a moment. I'll be back with you later.
Which American football team is that?
Well, Dave supports the Miami Dolphins, and I support the New England Patriots, and they're bitter rivals, so we are now bitter rivals.
Oh dear. Oh, we've got 3 more days of you two.
It's all right, we'll be friends by the end, maybe.
Why are they rivals?
They're on the same coast. They're all
right.
on the east coast, and yeah, in the same divisions. They have to play each other quite frequently.
Oh, okay.
So we've got Felix Organ coming in from the hotel end. Back to the cricket. We'll talk about neutral ground. As he flighted in. Defended by Haynes. There does seem to be maybe a review going on in the England match, but I think they're safe. As Organ comes in again. And bowls. This is defended back to him. He'll do his own bowling there.
So how are England women getting on then?
Well, India, I think, have just lost a review. The LBW of Nat Skipper-Brunt that was given not out, and they reviewed and it's still not out. Organ comes in again and this is defended. They're now on 43 for 2 after 13.2 overs.
Chasing.
319.
Oh my word.
Yeah. India kind of started running away with it in the second half of their innings. But you never know. Organ in once more. This defended very nicely. Sort of pushed through point. They get one.
Oh well, yeah. So that's a bit one-sided then, that one.
Just a little bit, yeah. I think they were, from only what I've heard the commentators say, I think the England fielding was a little sloppy.
Again?
Yeah, there was a few drop chances, missed chances, just a bit of sloppy fielding, unfortunately. Organ once more, and this is pushed and he's good dive to his right, and that stopped it from a boundary potentially, even though there is someone down at long on. Yes, the commentator said, a little bit of sloppy fielding, unfortunately, and the bowlers weren't able to sort of strike as much and quickly as they needed to, and India managed to get some footholds. But England are in now, and we've got Skipper-Brunt and Lamb, who are making a nice little partnership. They'll hopefully make some headway. They have only got 50 overs to do it in. As Organ comes in, and again defended by Verreynne. That was another shout for LBW there in the England match. I've got two cricket matches going on in front of me. Nottinghamshire on 179 for 4. It's the end of the over. Just the one off of that for Organ, so nice and tight. He kept that.
The attention's been on the England fielding for quite a while, hasn't it? You know, where's fielding? My word, that is definitely an area they've got to sort out.
Yeah, I mean, from what I've been watching, I think it was just things like, in the deep, just as balls come and they kind of, they're not being cleanly taken, it's sort of popping up, or maybe just a few misfields, and yeah.
Here's Sonny Baker then to start his 8th over from the pavilion end in, and that's pushed up to mid-on by Haynes. He's currently on 44. Verreynne at the non-striker's end is on 13. Nottinghamshire 179 for 4 with just under 18 overs left in the day's play. A large chunk of the late morning session and the early afternoon session taken from us by the rain, which means we're doing a late night tonight, and we'll be doing a late night tomorrow night as well. As in Baker comes, bowls, hangs his forward, plays that out to backward a point.
And I hate to say it, Kev, but it does look like the weather might be coming in again tomorrow.
Oh no, does it?
All the forecasters.
Oh dear, what are they saying?
Well, tomorrow was actually supposed to be the worst day. Today wasn't supposed to rain. But maybe we had the rain today and we won't have it tomorrow. Who knows?
Right, well.
But yeah, they're looking like a bit of rain, supposedly.
Unfortunately, with Kookaburra balls, you don't need too much time taken out of the game for them, for there to be a problem in terms of getting the game moving forward. As Sonny Baker's in again and Haynes is forward. It's not quite out of the middle of the bat. Goes to point. They'll get a single as Dr. Middleton's fielding just behind point. 180 for 4. Well, there was a little bit of zip this morning, wasn't there, off this wicket with the new Kookaburra, but it seems to have all quietened down now a little bit.
Yeah, very much kind of the expected Kookaburra slump.
Yes, here we go. Here we go. The old Kookaburra in again. Never disappoints, the old Kookaburra. 180 for 4. Yes, Hampshire had to strike quickly as that's pushed up to mid-on again. That's not out of the middle of the bat by Verreynne this time. Yes, the odd slowing down of the game's never too far away with the Kookaburra. We're into the 49th over, which it's been a little while really since one's really zipped through. Saw a few this morning, and certainly in those first 9 overs of play before rain came.
And for those that don't know, how long have we got the Kookaburra left for?
This next week.
Next week.
And that's the last round, and then we can put the Kookaburras all to bed.
And get those Dukes back.
Yeah, lock them away. As forward is Verreynne. Good length ball again from Sonny Baker. Nice accurate stuff from him.
And if someone loses the key, oh well.
Well, that's right. Yeah, we'd all be saying thank you. Thanks very much. But there are some people that think that we
Yeah.
should be playing a whole season with them, and others, well, there's differing views.
Absolutely.
Like everything, really, there's differing views. But I think, as I go back to what Kyle Abbott said to me end of last week when we were talking about this game, he just said that he doesn't think, you know, it's worth persevering with in this country. Because the conditions, the wickets are just that bit softer. Outside the off stump, and that's left alone. Just the one run off Sonny Baker's over, which means he's bowled 8 overs, none for 25. And Nottinghamshire are 180 for 4. Yeah, it's a little different in, you know, abroad where the wicket's a little harder and it's just warmer and the ball seems to sort of zip through a bit more. Kookaburra, you don't quite notice it as much, but here...
Yeah, I think that's the thing. It's the country difference that really makes it. It's the weather, you know. The Kookaburra, as you say, it sort of south of the equator, it's amazing. It does exactly what you want it to do. But maybe just north of the equator, when we've got a little bit more rain, it just doesn't quite do as much as one would want. But we persevere with it, and Felix Organ is holding it very much at this end, the hotel end, and he comes in and bowls, and this is driven nicely down to long on. They'll go for 1. We'll see him move to 181 for 4. Verreynne now goes to on strike, pavilion end, as some of the Hampshire coaching team begin their wander around the ground. Again, this is defended back to Organ.
Have you mentioned your Wimbledon exploits? In fact, you were
yes,
there?
yeah.
Talked about that
Dave
earlier?
teed me up very nicely
Did
for
he?
it.
Oh, very nice,
Yep.
Dave. Oh, he's right on cue, Dave.
He is. He was very, very well done. This was before he knew. We obviously support very different teams, but this again just pushed down to long on. Yeah, but no, it was amazing. It was brilliant. Very good experience. Great to sort of see the TV side of stuff and work with some tennis heroes of mine. Yeah, and just
Very nice.
be at Wimbledon again, which was lovely. As Organ comes once more. This is driven very nicely through the covers. There's a chasing fielder on the edge, but he's going to dive and he's not going to get there. He's actually pushed it over the boundary, so it's gone for 4. But don't worry, Kev, I did miss some cricket.
Did you?
I did, yeah. 3 weeks, too long. Too long to be away. Yep.
Jack Haynes is 54 balls, 8 fours. Another man who likes batting against Hampshire this season. After his 100 up at Trent Bridge in the second innings.
Yeah, Felix Organ was actually all ready to come in then, but the umpire held him because it wasn't quite quiet. Batters weren't ready, and he comes this time. And he's got slightly tangled up there, did Hayes, but ball was too high. Half shout for LBW, but there was nothing there.
And you're off to the theatre tonight?
I am, yes.
Whoa.
Yep. Yeah, it should be good. Can't quite remember what I'm going to see, but I know it's got as... this one's just pushed all the way down to long on. It has got the actress who was made famous in the play about the singing nuns, Sister Act, who was in... You knew who I meant. Nikki's just laughing about my explanation there. It will come to me in a moment, and I will tell you all, but yes,
Okay.
it's supposed to be very good.
So what is it you're actually going to see? You don't know.
I can't remember.
How can you go somewhere and not actually know?
Hang on, I'll find it.
What
I'll
you're
find
going to.
Because I've been busy, Kev. I can't remember. I'm concentrating on the cricket. I'm not thinking about the theatre.
Wow. It was like I was on commentary with somebody last week and they were playing a game the next day, but they didn't know where it was.
Beverly Knight. That's
Beverly
who's in
Knight,
it.
oh, right,
See, I knew it
okay.
would come to me, and it's called Marie and Rosetta. Yes. There
Very
you go.
nice. Well, you can tell us all about it tomorrow.
I will. There you go. But I knew it would come to me.
Yeah.
She was
Beverly
insistent.
Knight, that'd be
Yeah.
good.
Yeah.
She's doing a bit of singing in it.
I believe so.
Well,
Yep.
that'd be a bit silly if she wasn't, really.
It would. Wouldn't it?
Here's Sonny Baker then again from the pavilion end. Cut away off the back foot. Lovely shot backward of point by Jack Haynes. He'll get full value for that one. Moves on to 55. 191 for 4. Yes, it would be a bit of a letdown, wouldn't it, that Beverly Knight turns up, you
Yes.
watch her and she doesn't do any singing.
Yeah, that would be. From what I've seen on the pictures in the programme, I think it's about sort of 2 women who are very much like soul singers.
Yes.
Back in sort of about the 60s, but I will fill you in tomorrow.
Yeah,
And
look
I'll
forward to it.
leave you on a cliffhanger there.
Yeah. Well, you're off after this over to go
I am, yes.
to get down there. So
Thank you, I'm running away.
yeah, it's 187 for 4. Well, it must be 4 runs. It hasn't gone on the scoreboard as yet.
No.
They're a bit slow there on that particular delivery. Sonny Baker's in again. He's still got 2 slips. Haynes is forward, goes out towards extra cover. Nick Gubbins, as sprightly as ever in the covers, comes across. So make sure that score stays on 191 for 4. Forget what you're seeing on the live picture feed. That is a couple of balls behind now.
Yeah, I think there might have been a technology sort of glitch and everything's run behind a little bit.
Yeah, it freezes every now and then, doesn't it? Yeah. The scoreboard on the ground is showing 191 for 4, so that is correct. Sonny Baker comes in again and bowls, and Haynes drives down through mid-on. Good stop. Oh my word, that's a good stop. Throw goes into Verreynne's end, and that is...
Very well done.
Who's that up there? Can't quite work it out, but that was a good
Is
bit
it
of fielding.
Gubbins?
No, he's in the covers. It's not Fletcher Middleton, I don't think.
No,
No,
I
I've
don't think so.
No, it doesn't matter, because it was just a good bit of fielding anyway.
Again, if they had their numbers on the front, we could tell.
Yes, I know, and they were a bit bigger.
Yeah.
Yeah, and their names flashed up and down on the screen. It would certainly help.
It would indeed.
Yeah. Baker in them, so 192 for 4 is the total. As Baker's in, and Verreynne drives, doesn't time that one, looks away in disgust. As if to say, I normally time those, but that one I didn't. Mind you, he's a mightily fine player. Is that Mr. Verreynne?
Yes, I always know when a player is just sort of that little bit better when, as they come on, Kevin James goes, he's quite the player he is. And
Yes.
you know you're about to see some very good batsmen.
That's for sure. He's only averaging 35 this season for Nottinghamshire. He's a little bit down on his normal stats, but don't let that deceive you. He's quite easily get going here. Plays that nicely through the vacant gully area. Waited for that. Knew exactly what he was doing. He'll get 4 runs there, and he moves on to 18. Or does he? Yes, he does. 196 for 4. Just have to check in case the scoreboard has slowed down, but the scoreboard is right on it.
And I think the live picture feed has caught up as well.
It has. 196 for 4 with 1 ball left of Baker's 9th over. A couple of boundaries in this over. And we are into the 51st over, which with a Kookaburra is not very good news from a bowling point of view.
It is really not.
In fact, when you get to about 21 overs, it's not good news, but certainly 51 isn't.
Not with the amount of rain we've had.
In Baker comes, forward is Verreynne. That goes out to Gubbins, and 196 for 4, signals the end of the over and signals the end of today for Amelia Clark. Good luck tonight.
Thank you very much. I'm not performing, but...
No. Are you in the front seats?
I think I'm very... we're quite close. Yeah, we're in the Minerva, the smaller one on the left, so
Ooh.
it should be nice.
Very
But
good.
thank you very much.
Have a nice evening.
Thank you. I'll make way for, I think Nikki's coming on.
It is Nikki Chowdhury. So Haynes is 56 not out from 59. Verreynne is 18 from 30. Just the 1 wicket that has fallen since tea. Freddie McCann, who got in all sorts of a tangle with a short delivery from Kyle Abbott and was out. Caught for 79 at backward at point. Odd shot, wasn't it?
I feel like initially when I watched it on the replay, it looked like he thought he was going to leave it. He thought it was short and wide, and then God knows what happened afterwards.
Bat
And he had a
was
bit of a
sort of-
wave with the bat. And
Yeah, very odd. It was a surprise when he was out, to be honest, for 79, but that was 148 for 4. This
and you knew it straight away. He already started walking off as soon as...
did.
Right. Here's Organ from the Hilton end. With a slip in play in to Haynes. He's on 56, batting well so far. Organ in full delivery as Haynes is forward in defence. Plays it straight back to Felix Organ, who fields off his own bowling. And Tilak Verma at slip is just adjusting the field a little bit, getting those angles right. As in skips Felix Organ. Oh, and this one's nearly played onto the stumps.
What's that gone on with the arm?
Haynes on 56. Nearly getting another breakthrough here, Hampshire.
I think Morgan thought that might have sneaked through.
Moving in again, and off the back foot, Haynes defends.
I think that just went on with the arm a little bit, didn't he? And he's kind of played as if the ball might have just held in the pitch. So he played slightly inside it.
Skips through here, Organ, as he gives this one a little bit of flight, and this one's played to mid-wicket. Again, no run. 4 dots so far here in the over. And Haynes taps his bat, awaits a bit more flight as this one's pushed to mid-off, and a big shout of no is heard around the ground. Final ball of the over. As in comes Organ now, and again this one lunges forward and drives through the offside, quick hands through the shot, and that will race away down towards the boundary in the deep cover area, and the over will end with a 4, and Nottinghamshire also with that boundary bring up 200 runs on the board. They're 200 for 4 after 52.
I think that's also the 50 partnership as well. Came together with a score at 148, yeah. Partnership of 52 in 71 balls between Haynes and Verreynne. 200 up, as Nikki says. I think, do you think Notts will be happy with this having been put into bat?
I don't think it's gone too badly for them. I think if they don't lose another wicket, they've still got 14 overs left to go. If these two can see it out through to the end, I don't think it's... couldn't call it a bad day.
You could see why Hampshire put Nottinghamshire in this morning when you saw the ball bounce and nip around a little bit. Verreynne's forward to a start of a new over from Sonny Baker. But of course, if you don't pick your wickets up quickly...
And we've seen that here, especially throughout the course of the season. Once you're in, then it becomes easy to score runs. Especially early on in the season when there was a little bit more nip and bounce in the surface as well. Once you've got in, and you're able to read it, then life becomes a bit easier, and the same continues through now. Verreynne at 118, Haynes on 60. And the sun is shining now. The seagulls are happy, they've got their food.
Sonny Baker in again. And bowls. Pulls that away. Through mid-wicket, all along the ground. Nice shot there from Verreynne. Onto that one nice and early. There is a fielder out at deep square leg. That's James Fuller. Well to his left the ball went, and always in control of that one.
Yeah, that's a beautiful shot. Practically pulled that off the front foot as well.
Yes. He's not the tallest, Verreynne, but he packs a big punch.
I like to consider the term vertically challenged, that's why.
All right.
Yeah.
Thank you.
That's what Melissa and I have decided that's what we're going to...
Is that what you've come up
yeah.
with? All right. Forward is Verreynne. Goes out to Gubbins.
We were discussing some of the players in the Indian women's side, and we were talking about height, and especially in comparison, if you look at a Lauren Filer or a Lauren Bell, and then obviously the Indian side not as tall, and I think that's something that comes from the subcontinent. We're not very blessed vertically. I think apparently I'm considered tall.
Are you really?
Yeah.
What's your height?
I'm 5'4", so I think I'm 163.5 centimeters.
Okay. 0.5.
0.5. Don't forget the 0.5.
Makes all the difference. Always a short ball, quicker. Verreynne just shapes to play a pull shot and doesn't go through with it.
So if you're like 5'8", you're like looked up to by a lot of people because yeah, 5'8" is quite tall.
Who would be the tallest in the Indian side right now?
Oh, gosh.
I'm trying to think. One of the two of the batters.
I say Spriti Bandan's pretty tall.
Yeah. But what would she be? 5'8"? Well, she'd be not quite 5'8", actually.
I think maybe like 5'6", 5'7".
Yeah. Baker in again. Verreynne drives powerfully up to mid-off, fielded by Organ.
Like Julian Goswami was obviously just the one-off. You don't get many people as tall as...
What would she be? She'd be
She's quite tall.
close to that, wouldn't she?
She's a good, like, another half a torso of me.
Oh, right.
Yeah.
Okay. Oh, wow.
Had to really, like... She had to really bend down to take a photo with me.
Is it something though that bothers the Indian women's team as a whole, that sort of thing, or that's pulled away, Verreynne, and he's found the gap between the two fielders on the rope, and again he's played that well. Got on top of the bounce, pulled it away on the leg side, and again didn't really ever look in too much trouble. 26 he moves on to 2:08 for 4. I must admit, I hadn't really noticed that. I mean, having been here for the Women's International last week, I'm not sure I really noticed the, the issues like that. But the way they've come on massively as a team.
They've come on massively in such a short period of time as well. I know Charlotte Edwards recently said after the second ODI, I believe, that she believes a lot of that goes down to the Women's Premier League and the girls being exposed to playing in front of crowds of 30,000 people plus. So yeah, I think the WPL's had a lot of an impact, like a huge impact there. But again, I think there's so much talent in the country as well, but that also goes down to, if you think about the population, you're already outdone with the numbers as Organ is in now, and this one's played off the back foot by Haynes. It's fielded by a diving short mid-on. And a lot of cricket again gets played. It's pretty much just back to back. As Organ's in a straighter line again off the back foot. And it's fielded by short mid-on. No run. I wouldn't say the height thing is a huge problem or something that many people consider, but it was just something that we realised when you watch the game on television and you're like, oh, there's this one off the back foot. Makes some space here, does Haynes, and we'll get this down towards deep point for a single.
I thought we had a subfielder on. Toby Albert's on there at short mid-on, or mid-on anyway. We did the bit of fielding earlier, a couple of balls ago.
Organ into Verreynne. As this one's defended to mid-wicket.
Do you think Charlotte Edwards is a little unlucky to have India as the second series this summer, after what happened during the winter and the way India have played?
Back foot, this one's punched to cover, no run. Looking to use his feet here, Verreynne. It depends if you want to go and be... I don't think so. As he uses his feet down the track here and turns this into the leg side for a single. Score moves to 210 for 4. I don't think so, because I think if you want to bounce back, you'll take any challenge, right? Especially after going 16-0 down in Australia. Great, you've won the West Indies series, but is that the level they really want to be saying, oh yeah, we've won that West Indies series? Surely England see themselves competing with the likes of Australia's and India's, and I think it's a good look in the mirror as well, especially when you play against sides like that, to show exactly where you are, because it's not like it's not a talented side, right? Everyone's playing there because they're playing on their merit and they've earned that position, they've scored runs, they've got wickets. But again, I think, like we've spoken about it on the podcast, how much of that is coming down to the pressure that's on them and maybe just getting that environment right. Because 16-0 loss is quite heavy. And I just read an article on the BBC website where I think Sophie Eccleston said she wasn't sure she was going to come back and play cricket after the Ashes whitewash.
Eddie Jack's taking over from Sonny Baker and he's in. Verreynne is forward, goes into the ground and it goes back to Jack. Wow, that's interesting. Yeah.
And she says like a huge thanks to some of her teammates and her family that she's got herself back because she wasn't sure she was going to come back to cricket.
Wow.
But then again, some would argue this and that. That's part and parcel of being a professional athlete, being a professional sports person.
Got to take the rough with the smooth.
It's not all glossy magazines.
It's not. No, the game can be very cruel. Verreynne drives through a diving Fletcher Middleton, and it's running away just over the rope to backward of point, and Verreynne moves on to 31. 214 for 4. Oh gosh, well, I know you've played a bit of cricket as well. I mean, it can be tough.
And also I think cricket's a very funny sport in that element that, yes, it's a team sport, but it is that one-on-one battle, especially when you're out there in the middle. If you're a batter, then you're feeling very lonely. It's you against 11 at that point. And I think it's also a very humbling sport. It's a bit like snakes and ladders. I think as soon as you have your high moments, there will be a fall and you will tumble down those ladders and then you have to make your way up again.
Yeah, I think well, I mean any level, but obviously it's highlighted at professional level. But as Jack comes in and bowls, Verreynne drives past a diving Gubbins this time out in the covers, but Fletcher Middleton has been pushed back into the deep, so it's just 2 to the South African, and he moves on to 33, 216 for 4. I think I think it's very difficult for some people to understand that the lows are really low, and it's how you deal with that, isn't it? It's not so much the highs. Everybody gets carried away sometimes, and you know, when you've done something good, and you know, you should celebrate it because it never comes around often enough. But the lows are hard. As Verreynne works on the onside, going to take a quick single to Kyle Abbott, 217 for 4, and it's how, as a player, how you deal with those. And a lot of players don't deal with it very well, do they?
Yeah, it's interesting you mentioned that because we were just talking about podcasts earlier, and on that new podcast with Sir Alistair Cook and Bumble, they had Freddie Flintoff on one of the episodes recently as a guest, and that's where he spoke about the highs and lows in his career. And he said that the moments that are high that everyone is able to see and witness, he says there was a point in his career where he realized those high moments, they aren't actually as high as they're made out to be.
There's a cut shot there from Haynes, goes out to Fletcher Middleton in the deep, 218 for 4.
He used an example of getting a six-pack, because I think he did a wrestling or a boxing series a few years ago, if I'm not mistaken. He's like,
after he finished playing. He actually boxed, didn't he?
Yeah, I think so. Maybe. And he said, so he worked so hard to get a six-pack, and this was the analogy he used. He said then the morning of the fight, he looked at himself in the mirror, and he saw the six-pack. But then he was like, well, it's not as great as you made it out to be. And he said that's very similar to certain moments in his career during his playing days.
Verreynne leaves that one alone. Outside the off-stump, end of the over. Jack's completed 12 overs, 1 for 46, 218 for 4.
So, yeah, that's what he said. He learned a lot more from those lower days, but it's about how you get through those not so great times.
That's interesting.
So a six-pack isn't worth what it is, apparently.
No, well, I won't bother trying then. That's good. Well, me and Dave don't need to worry about that now then.
You can have another cream cake then, Dave.
All those tea cakes that you brought in. How nice were they? He's been very good, Dave. He's brought a couple of packets of sweets. He's brought in some tea cakes.
Yeah, just make sure I don't go to the dentist this week. That's
no. Yeah, be careful. That's why we like Dave here. He's very generous like that. Oh, you brought some stuff in.
I brought cookies at the start of the season.
I feel bad. I haven't brought anything in yet.
You still got a few games to go, Kev.
True.
Here's Felix Organ. In to Haynes, who's forward and lunges into a front foot defence. Ball comes straight out the middle of the bats to extra cover. No run. What about you? Do you think it's a hard one for England women coming up against India? As this one's defended again by Haynes.
I just think in any other year, and even India 2 years ago, India women, I don't know, maybe we're a bit biased down here with Charlotte Edwards. But I think obviously it was great to see him beat the West Indies.
Flatter delivery, slightly faster, which is played off the back foot by Haynes, down towards deep square leg for a single.
But this series against India, T20 and the 50 over, just seems to have opened up the same arguments and the same issues that there was during the winter, to a certain degree. Yeah.
Organ in, and this time off the back foot, Verreynne defends. It's fielded by Organ.
Are you the fielding?
Yeah, that's not been great, I think. And that's been pretty evident for everyone. And there's been times when India's fielding hasn't been great either. And this one's played off the back foot again. Looks to turn it behind square. We'll find the fielder. But the thing is, it's not like players when you're playing at that level that you can't field. So what's causing the issues then?
Pressure. Isn't it? What do you think?
There's Organs in now. A bit of flight. Down on one knee. Goes for the reverse sweep. And that will beat the fielder and run away for 4 runs. Plays with the field nicely here. And the over ends with a boundary. 56 overs gone. Nottinghamshire 223 for 4. Verreynne on 38. Haynes on 63. Yeah, it's pressure. But then when you've got a domestic franchise tournament, which is claimed to bring in crowds so that players can get used to playing in front of crowds and absorbing that pressure, then is it serving its purpose?
I don't know. I know you study it quite closely. Nikki Chowdhury staying on, and Dave Bracegirdle coming alongside her.
Haynes on 30. Haynes on 63, sorry. Verreynne on 38. With a slip in place. It's Eddie Jack from the pavilion end, making his way in towards us. Now this one edged, but through the gap. And down for 4 runs. Just a slip and a gully in place, and well, Haynes finds the gap between them perfectly. Adds 4 to the total. He moves on to 67. Nottinghamshire 227 for 4, and Dave's back.
Yeah, not many fielders there, are there? That little gap that Jack Haynes found. He's on to 67. Got a great conversion rate this season. He's reached 53 times before today, and each time he's gone on to turn it into a century. So be eager to still be there at the close and press on again tomorrow morning.
Jack makes his way again. Full delivery, which is dug out and pushed towards mid-on by Haynes.
Very envious of Amelia. Just told me she's off to see Beverly Knight.
Yeah, I did hear you
out.
go, ooh.
Oh, I saw her in The Bodyguard, and she was sensational. And generally, if I'm down in London, from, either Surrey or Middlesex or whatever, over the course of those 4-day matches, I'll just try and get to the theatre, get to one of them. Billy No Mate's gone my own or whatever. But
Yeah, but you know what? It's worth it. The
Yeah,
theatre's such
yeah.
a beautiful experience. As in runs Eddie Jack. And this one's defended off the front foot by Haynes. Again, with the full face of the bat, the ball goes straight to mid-on.
Yeah, I saw her in The Bodyguard, and she can bang out a tune. And I think next time I was down there, I saw she was on again in, I think she was The Drifters Girl, the story of the Drifters. She was in that. And
I can't remember the last play I went to see.
I went to it, and it was her night off.
Oh.
Tonight, the role of so and so will be performed by ex-understudy or whatever, which was a bit of a shame.
Jack runs in, and this one a little straighter, and it's played off the hips for a single. Look for the second. Oh, hasn't come off the bat, it's come off the thigh pad. Very close to the body.
Game's finishing up and down the country as we're beyond 6 o'clock. They finished a little early at Scarborough. Bad light initially took them from the field. Of course, no floodlights up there on the Yorkshire coast. Yorkshire have had a good day. 282 for 4 against Surrey. That's a decent first innings. Hand of being made of it by the Yorkies.
Jack in again, a bit too straight, and this is flicked away down towards deep backward square leg. They'll walk through for a single here.
Playing everywhere else in Division 1 at the moment. Been 18 wickets go down at Taunton. And in Division 2, they've finished at Merchant Taylor's School. Again, another ground without any floodlights. Middlesex 319 for 1 there against Northampton. Max Holden with an unbeaten century, but one of the stories of the day there, I think, 36 no balls. So 18 times they've transgressed the Northampton bowlers.
Jack in to Haynes, who's forward and defends this one into the offside. It goes straight to extra cover, over ends with a dot. 57 overs gone. Nottinghamshire 229 for 4 with Verreynne on 39, Haynes on 67. And I think if Notts can get through to the end of the day here, Dave, without losing another wicket, I can't say it's been a bad day.
Well, I'm not going to ask you for the lottery numbers. Didn't you say 190 would be
No,
the
then I
score at
changed
the end of the
it.
day?
Then I changed it to 220.
Did you?
But I'm still off. This is why you never ask me to make predictions, because I'm terrible.
I missed that bit. I missed that bit.
I said it literally 10 seconds after.
What have we got? 9 overs left. If Notts can get in with Verreynne and Haynes still at the crease, I think they'll be relatively satisfied. Generally with Notts, it's 6 overs and in. They'll send out a night watchman. May well be Verreynne Ahmed is padded up in that eventuality. We've got 9 overs to go right now. Linton James, whose mum and dad have been there, watched every ball today down there below us. Still see them as Felix Organ is in and bowls, and it's turned into a low full toss by Verreynne, who reached a long way forward and then swept it away for another single. And Notts go up to 230 for 4, and Verreynne are up to 40. Quietly, he's playing a little gem of a knock here, just taking a bit of the pressure off Jack Haynes. Positive from literally ball 1, which he drove back past Kyle Abbott for a boundary. Felix Organ to his 9th over, bowls Haynes. It's the back foot, just nudges it up to Fuller at mid-off. There's no run. Good percentage of the crowd have drifted away, or they're in the process of picking up their belongings and heading for the car parks. Floodlights on again, and this has turned this time up to Nick Gubbins at mid-on. No run. Quiet day for Nick Gubbins. He's obviously been out there since the start. I think that's only the 2nd time I've mentioned him. Not been involved in the crucial elements of the day as yet. This one's pushed back to Felix Organ. And it remains 230 for 4. We've got sunshine, we've got filthy black clouds, we've got cotton wool clouds, we've got blue sky.
We've got seagulls.
We've got seagulls, we've got cricket. Oh, this one's turned to mid-wicket and there's no run. We have to be careful calling them seagulls, because people that know about these things are quick to tell us they're not seagulls, they're fulmars, or they're gulls, or they're this, or they're that, or the other. I know they're squawking, whatever they do. That one's nowhere near my window ledge in the morning. 230 for 4 at the end of the over. And Notts have got 8 overs left to see through tonight. Yeah, who are the Seagulls football team are Brighton, aren't they? But I think your ornithological brigade will tell you, Miss Chowdhury, there is no such thing as a seagull. No, what about that?
There's no such thing as a seagull.
Well, it was worth coming today, even if you just take that away with you.
Every day's a school day.
Every day's a school day, yeah. Although 2 of them have just flown right in front of our commentary box and had a look at me for saying it.
Yeah, they don't look too happy with you. They can come back as well.
Yeah.
It's giving you the evil look.
I don't know about these things. Gulls are one of the many things, one of the many, many things I don't know. I'm not very good with trees either.
What I do know, though, is Eddie Jack is making his way in for his 14th over as he gives a little bit of width, and Verreynne looks to drive that into the offside. Doesn't quite come out the middle of the bat, toes it straight to extra cover, where it's fielded by Nick Gubbins.
There we are, it gets another mention. If I had my time again, I'd learn all the trees. You any good with trees?
I remember at school we used to get taught like trees, like
look how many different sorts.
Sycamore.
Yeah, I know the names of them, but I can't put a name to what we. We
You
can
don't
visually see. We must be able to see a dozen different trees from our commentary position, and I couldn't name one of them.
2 slips in place as Jack is in, and this time Verreynne is forward. Nearly stumbles over as he plays this defence, straight back down the line of the wicket. Jack fields off his own bowling. The thing is, nowadays you don't really need to know, right? Because I figured out something on my phone the other day, right? That if I took a picture of a plant, and maybe I like this plant, so I've taken a picture of it, and then I can click on the photo, and it searches the plant for me, and it tells you what plant it is.
Well, away you go then.
I know, it's great. As in comes Eddie Jack, and this one straight to delivery, flicked through to mid-wicket. Now come through for a couple.
I'm eager to see this.
Oh, I'll show you in a second. It's like when I start my gardening career, right, it's going to take off on a high because I know my plants.
I'm eager to see this. If you can tell me what those trees are at the far end and round the ground, I'll be...
I will have to go over, though, and take a picture of it. I can't do it from here.
Oh, right. I misunderstood. I thought you were a little bit like Martin Emerson and his aeroplane app. He can tell what the pilot's had for tea.
Short ball pulled away and taken out in the deep mid-wicket. That is a fabulous catch. It looked like he was losing sight of it, out of the sun. Fabulous catch there to dismiss Verreynne. Short ball from Jack. Doesn't quite have the control on the pull shot. Goes under the ball.
It's Fuller with the catch. Verreynne out for 42. Didn't like the decision. Hung around, but the two umpires had a little bit of a look and a nod and sent him on his way. Verreynne gone for 42. Caught Fuller, bowled Jack. So a little bit of a twist, a little bit of tilt in the momentum late in the day. 2:32 for 5, but you're right, it was a good catch, wasn't it?
Yeah, it was great. Picked it a little bit late. It's bright out there, but fabulous job to judge it in the end. And well, just what Nottinghamshire didn't want as we near the close of play on day one. They're now 5 down, and well,
looks like Lyndon James coming out. That's certainly not Farhan Ahmed at 6'6", on his way out to the middle. So I'd not generally use a night watchman, or will give it to the incoming player from about 6 overs in. Well, there's 7.5 overs, well, 7 overs and 2 balls left. Here comes Lyndon James, who took the bowling honours at Trent Bridge with a very cheap second innings 5-foot to bowl Hampshire to defeat in the match at Nottingham earlier in the campaign. He's had 1 century so far this season. That was in the opening match against Durham when he made 125, but last time out 66 against Somerset in the corresponding fixture. He made 33 and 4, but with the ball 2 for 44 and 5 for 22. I think his job this evening is really just to make sure that Notts are no worse than 5 down now with 7 and a bit overs remaining.
yeah, Eddie Jack taking his second wicket there. He's at the top of his mark, ready to go. As Lyndon James just takes his guard, does a bit of a warm-up.
He's got 2 test players out today, Eddie Jack, Hasib Hamid and Carlisle Verreynne. Nice to have on your CV, isn't it?
I'll be highlighting it on my CV. 2 slips in the gully in places. In comes Eddie Jack to James, who's forward and defends it right under his eyes. The ball goes to mid-on. No run.
Important wicket that, really, I think, to get Notts at least half down, or half the wickets dismissed today. Nottinghamshire will be, I think, just short of first batting point by the close. I mean, they could perfectly easily get 18 runs in the next 7 overs, but probably no more than 250 this evening.
Jack into James, a short ball, he ducks under it, lets it go through to Ben Brown with the gloves. That will conclude the end of the over. 2 runs and a wicket from it. Nottinghamshire 232 for 5 after 59. Haynes still at the crease, he's on 67. Lyndon James, a new batter out there in the middle, yet to get off the mark.
Yeah, successful over again for Eddie Jack. First time I've seen him like what I see. 14 overs, just the 1 maiden, but he's got those 2 big scalps in the end column. He's running with purpose all day, as you'd expect. A young man making his way in the game, eager to impress. Was banged in halfway down. Verreynne was nicely positioned to play the shot. He clearly didn't believe it had been taken cleanly, but David Milnes, the umpire, just see there on the live stream, he had no doubt raised the finger straight away without even having to consult Ben Debenham. Here's Felix Organ bowling to Jack Haynes, and Haynes plays it up to Gubbins at mid-on, and there's no addition to the total. This is the 60th over of the innings. Nottinghamshire put into bat by Brown this morning. They've lost to Mead for 2, Slater for 7, Clark 32, McCann 79, and now Verreynne for 42 as Organ with his right arm off spin bowls and turned away square. And it's a good job there wasn't a fielder anywhere near, because it was a little bit of a shall we, shan't we?
Nearly a little bit of confusion out there. They're like, oh, should we go? Should we not go?
Bit of a gentleman's excuse me, but they take the single nonetheless. And Haynes on to 68. Important, I think, to rotate the strike, even though there's 20, 25, maybe even half an hour's cricket left. It can't just dead bat it from here until the close, really. Need to play properly, rotate the strike if you get the opportunity to work it away. Lyndon James playing across the line there, struck on the pad. Muted appeal from Organ, who's down on one knee. And when he first came on to bowl, he expects, or looks as if he's expecting to take a wicket every ball, and already turning towards the umpire, imploring him to give it out. And there's a little bit of a rash looking shot from Lyndon James, considering he's just come out of the middle. He's played across the line from the previous delivery and went hard at that one and got nothing on it.
Well, I guess when in doubt, swing your bat.
Well, I don't know about that. There's a time and a place, and 2:33 for 5 in
It's
the...
definitely not the place.
The turning once again towards the gloomier conditions of the Utility Bowl. James this time drops it onto the leg side to Baker, and there's no run. Nice to have County Championship cricket back, and thanks to everybody for getting in touch today and being part of the madness. Next ball is pushed into the offside. They'll scamper a sharp single. That's an important run for Lyndon James because it gets him off the mark. That's 2:34 for 5.
Yeah, ends the over. 60 overs gone. 6 overs left in the day.
We've now finished at Edgbaston for day 1. Worcestershire 262 for 8.
What's happening in the international and the women's international?
I didn't know there was one. You've not mentioned it. England still 2 down. They lost Beaumont and Amy Jones early on. They're 116 for 2 after 24 overs. So close to the halfway stage. Still need 200 runs.
2 slips and a gully in place for Lyndon James, who's about to face up to Eddie Jack, who's running in towards us from the pavilion end. And this one is a little down the leg side. That's going to come through for a leg bye.
Come on, Milnesy, tell us. Tell us what it is. He made the gesture as if, you know, the arm was coming out, wasn't it, to signal something, and I was...
Nope, he's gone with the run. It's gone down as a run.
I think I was a little like you, wondering, is he going to signal bye, or is he going to signal leg bye, and then in the end,
I was thinking that's either a bit of thigh pad or a little bit of glove, but I think Milnesy thinks it's glove, and glove it shall be. 1 run to Lyndon James, not 235 for 5. Haynes on strike, he's on 68. Gully comes out. This one short and pulled, more of a short arm jab along the ground down towards deep mid wicket, just the one.
He'll feel he's missed out there, won't he, because it sat up nicely for him to pull, and he's hit it straight to the fielder in the deep. 10 yards to his left or 10 yards to his right, and it would have added to his list of boundaries.
He's also got to be careful he doesn't do what Verreynne did.
In terms of dark clouds, the next arrival of the apocalypse is not too far away, but I know we are looking through sort of smoky tinted glass, but looks particularly dark, this next one.
Jack into James, who's forward and defends to cover. No run. Oh, what was that? The effects mic is picking up all sorts of sounds this evening. Two slips, a gully, backward point, cover, mid off, mid on, mid wicket, and no one else, because that's it. As in runs Eddie Jack. And a short ball, and it's ducked under by Lyndon James. Lets it go through to Ben Brown with the gloves.
Forecast, I understand, is a little bit
iffy
indifferent tomorrow. Yeah. Hopefully they've got it wrong. They often do, don't they? They often do.
You don't know which forecast to trust, though, because sometimes you'll look at 3 different pages and they all say different things.
Don't trust any of them.
Jack makes his way through now, and this one's flicked through mid-wicket. Beats the fielder, and has he timed it well enough? Not as well as the ball slows down on its way down towards the boundary. They'll just get a couple of runs.
Welcome to listeners joining us on Sports Extra 2. It's the Utilita Bowl, where earlier today we lost 3 hours of this match due to what started out as sort of intermittent drizzle, but it got really heavy whilst they were off. They took an early lunch and eventually came back at 2:45. Notts batting 238 for 5, and we've got 5 and a bit overs left.
Eddie Jack in now. Short ball off the back foot. James punches straight to backward point. It's fielded. It ends the over with a dot ball. 4 runs from the over. 61 overs gone. Nottinghamshire are 238 for 5 with James on 4. Haynes on 69. And I think it is my cue to leave the commentary box for the day. Actually, for the game. I'm only here today.
Well, if you just, I don't know, recap the score once more, and then we'll have a little bit of a little swap over here in the
absolutely.
in the commentary box.
Hampshire won the toss. They decided to have a field. They put Notts in. Notts 238 for 5 as we end day 1. Well, we're just 5 overs away from the end of play, and of course we had some torrential rain throughout the afternoon as well. We lost 30 overs there, but the sun's been shining ever since. Clouds have cleared. The gulls are back. And so is Kevin James.
Thank you very much, Nikki Chowdhury there. He's been with us all day. Just 5 overs left in the day's play then. 238 for 5. Here's Organ from the pavilion end. Bowls, and forward is Haynes, who's played very nicely for his 69 from 86 deliveries now.
Yeah, the other major contribution was Freddie McCann. I think the biggest surprise of McCann's innings was how he got out.
Yeah, it was a bit odd, that one. Dave will give you the description of that one as that's pushed out square on the offside. There is a single.
Well, I think Kyle Abbott had been mixing up his testing, challenging bouncers dug in halfway down the track with slow, loopy ones, and he just got one just to sort of sit up and invite McCann to punch it away, and it just hit the face of the bat and looped up to backward point. It was a really tame ending to what was a really good innings from Freddie McCann, out for 79.
Yeah, that was batting against Hampshire after his 100 earlier in the season at Trent Bridge, and that's driven out to extra cover. That's a good diving stop by Tom Prest. Score remains on 239 for 5. But a couple of drop catches for Hampshire again today. Slater dropped on 5 by Verreynne at second slip. Fortunately for Hampshire, it wasn't so costly.
It was dropped 6 times, I think, by Verreynne. He had it, he didn't have it, he had it, he didn't have it.
He did, didn't he? Kept us in suspense for a couple of seconds at least, which seems like half an hour. Another good stop for Prest out at extra cover, and then Freddie McCann dropped at first slip. Ball that flew off an edge as he tried to hit it away. And Joe Weatherly unable to get the ball to stick in his hands just above his head as that's pushed out back on the offside, and Organ comes across the field, but not taking away from the fact 2 substantial innings has put Nottinghamshire in a decent position here on a wicket that was offering help this morning.
The flip side of that is Hampshire have taken 2 really good catches from Middleton and Fuller.
Yeah, that Fuller catch to get rid of Verreynne as it's turned away on the leg side. Single to James takes him on to 5, 240 for 5. Unbelievable catch running in from deep square leg. Verreynne wasn't quite sure, and I must admit I don't blame him. Didn't want to go initially. Eddie Jack, a good quick bouncer, and somehow Fuller got his fingers underneath, running in, diving forward.
In a sense, and you know, I'm trying to look at it as the observer, which is what I am. David Mills took all the sting out of it because he immediately raised his finger. There was no, let's get the 2 umpires together. Verreynne stood there. He clearly didn't believe it had carried, or was hoping it didn't carry. Hampshire were already celebrating by then, but David Mills, I'm sure he had a good view of it anyway, but he took the sting out of it straight away. You're out. And you know, sometimes those things drag on to the point that, well, we haven't got television evidence, so we'll just have to say that we're not convinced. Got 4 overs to go. We've got a bowling change. Hampshire just trying to knock over 1 more at least before the close if they can. Kyle Abbott coming back. 15 overs, 2 for 43 for the big aggressive South African bowls to Lyndon James, who's happy to just punch it out into the space off the offside and get a single.
Yes, takes them on to 40 wickets for the season. Keeps them on top of the tree in Division 1. Ahead of George Hill of Yorkshire, who were batting today, weren't they, at Scarborough? Yeah. So he wouldn't have better go.
Yeah, I did wonder, once Notts were batting, if Asiba Mead or Ben Slater, if they'd had we've got a ball check here, or are they looking at the light? Either way, we can talk for a minute or two, because the umpires have just got together for a chat. Mead and Slater were tucked in there behind Dominic Sibley, and I wondered if either of them might win the race to 1,000 for the season. As it was, a Mead out for 2, Slater out for 7. I know Sibley's been in the field today, but he will get an opportunity tomorrow. That is that gentleman here, the filthy dark cloud that I mentioned. Hasn't yet reached us, but the light has got a little gloom. I think they might have, whilst they were talking close together, almost whispering in each other's ear, they might have got the light meter out there and decided that that's that. And I can't imagine there'll be any further play here at the Utilita Bowl, so that is likely to be stumped. 241 for 5, a truncated day. They said we'd lost 30 overs earlier on. We're going to lose the last 3.5 as well, so there'll be a little bit of time to make up tomorrow, although, as we were just saying before Sports Extra 2 listeners came to us, the forecast for tomorrow is even more indifferent than it was today. 241 for 5. Lyndon James will go to bed 6 not out. Jack Haynes will be dreaming of his 4th century of the summer because he's 70 not out. Notts put into bat. 241 for 5. It appears that's going to be it for the day.
Yeah, taking a couple of wickets, as we mentioned. Kyle Abbott, 2 for 44, 2 for 57 for Eddie Jack, only playing his 4th first-class game, and a wicket for James Fuller. I think you're right, the umpires are staying out there, but I'm looking at the cloud above us. I'm not sure it's going to change too much in the next 10, 15 minutes. I'll be very surprised. I think we'll take a quick break then. That quick break may actually be a much longer one until tomorrow morning, just before 11 o'clock. The umpires are staying out there, but there is a cloud to our right, which is hovering above us, and it's not going to move in any time, I don't think, in the next 15 minutes or so, which means that will be the end. I would be very... So, on that assumption, thank you, Nikki Chowdhury. Amelia Clark was off to see Beverly Knight. She's already gone. Thank you, Dave.
Thank you, Kevin.
And we'll be with you again tomorrow morning. This is unofficial, but I think we're going... Oh, yeah, they're taking the stumps out. There we go. See you again, 10:55 tomorrow.